quick icebreaker that find someone who, you always ask your student to do that. Okay, now it's your turn. It's a comma, okay? It's turn for you to do this activity. When you find someone who says yes to something from the chart, please write his or her name in the box. And first, please write down your name first. I am blah, 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 okay? And I will give you 10 minutes and to see who can get the most answers. Right? Smart question. Do they need to use the full sentence, the complete sentence? How do you think? Do you think no? Okay, so just for students need to use the, okay, maybe we can do the differentiated. If their English level is good, they need to say the complete sentence, all right? But if you think your English level is kind of like a slow or a little bit far behind, then you can use simple words or phrases, okay? All right? Now, so does everyone already got a piece of paper? Who hasn't got the paper? Raise your hand. And get your pen ready. Get your pen ready. Ready? Yes, and don't cheat, okay? I already saw some of you doing the thing. Try to communicate under the table. Alright. Okay, now, let's go. 10 minutes, 10 minutes.
So, I can... Do you like watching sports? Do you drink coffee every day?
Alright, sorry. Excuse me. Stop for a second. Okay, there is a misunderstanding about the rule. There is a misunderstanding about the rule because I saw Philip and yes, and Renata, they just talk with each other from the first one to the second one. Actually, it's not. You need to find, yes, someone else. One man can only fit in one box. One man can only fit in one box. So you need to move around. You need to move around.
Not one-handed. I can do, yeah, any of the stars, you're good.
Okay. What's your name? Paul.
Do you drink coffee every day? No. Do you like math? No. Played in the band?
I drink coffee every day.
Drink coffee every day. Okay. 10. Nice. Matthew, next door is 12. Are you 2 keys, eh? How's that? Good? Okay, let's try. Hi, you are? I am Paul. Paul. Nice to meet you. South African? America. Okay. Cool. Okay. You like that? Any of the stars, you're good. Do you like to sing? Yep. Okay. We move on now. Well, I don't know what you like. Do you like watching sports? Love it. Awesome. Okay.
Can I play piano? I'm writing that down for you too.
Diana, any of the stars are good. Yeah, please.
Yes, I have. Hey.
Paul.
Paul.
Okay. Just one question we got there. Have you been to Europe?
No. I have.
You have?
I'm Diana.
Diana. Okay. Do you drink coffee? Or no, I have not. Do you take a shower in the morning?
Every morning, yes.
There you go. And your name is? Yolanda. I thought that was the
So Paul, do you drink coffee every day?
I am a teacher.
So yes. Alright.
Hi. See, do you like to wear a suit? That's not on here.
Not on here. Any of the stars are good for me.
Any of them? Oh, yeah, Facebook. Okay. Paul? Yeah, Facebook, I already got that one. I got that one.
Do you have a pet? What's your pet?
I've got it. Here.
Oh, here you go. Hi, Jack.
Hi.
I'm Diana.
Hi.
I take a shower in the morning. That's
Me
easy.
too. I do that one too.
There we go. Hi, good to meet you.
So Jack, do you have a fondness for Stinky Tofu?
Yes, I do like sneaky tofu. Yeah.
You
You just gotta find the good ones.
The fried ones are a little more tolerable.
Yeah, because they're strong.
I'll bring it back. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. They're very nice. Make her
I was Paul.
I'm Michelle.
oh yeah. So you can do anything I start. I made life easy.
I thought I was.
I have a pet. I have a cat. And I am a good cook, so whichever one you want.
I'll just put Michelle right like this.
Alright. Have you never seen snow? Right. Do you like watching sports?
Yeah.
Alright. Okay. So, Paul? Cool. Alright. Hello. Hi. Hello. Have you never seen snow? No. Have you seen snow? Yes. Do you like watching sports? No. Have you been a teacher for more than 5 years? Yes. Okay. Let's see. I have been to Europe. I've been on a cruise. People call me Shelly. This is my. Oh, okay.
Slide down.
Are you born in January? No.
a song. All right, go back to your seat. Go back to your seats. All right, now let's see who is the winner. Who the winner is? Who got more than 10%? 10 names. All right, 11, 12. 12. Okay, 13, 14, 15, 16. Should be less and less. How come it's more and more? 17, 18, 19, 9. Okay, wait a second. 19. Oh, we have 2 competitors. Okay, 20. Oh, 20. All right. So we got a winner. And what's the prize for winner? Here. Hot and spicy peanuts, specially made from Taiwan. It's an ideal snack for beers. Okay, so if we're going to have a beer pong, do you know beer pong? Does anyone know about beer pong? Yes. I mean, I need to make sure everybody knows about the beer pong. Raise your hand. Beer pong. So there's no cultural differences. I mean, South Africa or America or Scotland, everybody knows about beer pong. Alright, just kidding. Okay, we will have beer, but I'm not sure whether we can find a cup or not. Alright, so this is the hot spicy peanuts. But first, we need to make sure whether you got the right answer. So would you please come to the front and with your chart and tell us your answers. And first, introduce your name first.
Okay. Yes, I'm Diana. Demi has been to Europe.
Demi, where's Demi? Okay, and
Kate likes math.
hey, where's Kate? Kate is here. She read. Okay.
Paul drinks coffee every day.
Oh, good.
Jack takes a shower in the morning.
Jack, still? You have been here for 5 or 6 years and you married a Taiwanese wife? That's it. Okay, good.
Okay, Matthew is left-handed.
Matthew.
Philip likes watching sports.
Yes. Philip.
Katie can play the piano.
Katie.
John has been a teacher for more than 5 years.
John. Okay.
Ivy has a Facebook account.
Ivy.
I have Katie twice. I broke the rules.
Oh, so what should we do?
I'll have to share my peanuts.
Yeah, it's okay. We got a record. I think I got 2 peanuts. All right.
Brandon is the youngest in his family. Luan has been on a cruise.
Yeah.
Ronaldo was born in January. Ted has blue eyes.
Ted. Oh, okay.
Yolanda is a good cook.
Good cook.
Patty has a fish.
Where?
I think. Was a fish.
No, I mean, where is
Patty.
Patty? Where's Patty? Oh, you have a fish? No, cat.
Oh yeah, she had a cat. Somebody else had a cat. It says Patty. Has a pet.
It has a fish.
Doris speaks 3 or more languages.
Where? Doris? Okay.
Michelle is running a marathon.
Yes, Michelle.
Ainsley exercises every day.
Good.
And Fabian likes water more than tea.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. So this is a 5. Hot and spicy. Also, yes. Because you are even, right? It's a tie. Yes. All right. So it's good. Okay, it's good for everyone to know everybody here. Now, this picture is the most beautiful picture in this PowerPoint. Yes, all the counselors. So now I would like to introduce each counselors in our group. Okay, the first one is Lena, so this is me, everybody knows me. And it's a really quick announcement. From this year, we know that our government, we are trying to implement a bilingual policy, right? So from this point of view, the radio show in my program, I mean before it was an English teaching program, it's more like a teaching. So we speak perhaps 50% of Chinese.
But now the program we're going to change different style. That is, every week we'll invite a native speaker, like an English-speaking speaker, to come to our show and to share some cultural differences or some special part about their country. For example, like what was the must-see, must-eat, the traveling things, or any culture shock, things you came to Taiwan. Okay, so we can interview. We will interview the native speaker, the guest, many questions, and it will be about a 28 minutes interview. So if you are interested in doing the radio show, and if you happen to be in Taipei, okay, the reason why I say happen to be in Taipei, that is, we don't provide what? Transportation, yes. We only have a $500 guest fee. So that's a new rule from this year. And sorry, Tina, because, where's Tina? Tina, yeah, sorry, because this is the new regulation this year. But I can get you a souvenir and treat you, okay? Tina was my first guest, the radio interview. Alright, so we'll pay you $500 for one segment, and that will be 28 minutes interview. So if you happen to be in Taipei and you are interested in come to the radio show, the radio station is called National Education Radio, and it's near the Botanical Garden and the Chiang Kai-shek Memorial Hall. It's really near Taipei train station. Okay, so if you are interested in that, just let me know, and we can arrange the interview time even on weekends. Just Facebook me or email me or contact me in any way. All right, and let's see who are in group 1. So I'm going to pass the microphone really quickly. So please introduce yourself briefly. So we have Marcelo. Okay, where's Marcelo? Yeah, good. Marcelo, would you please introduce yourself? Let everybody know you. Yes.
Just like as we ask our students, do I need to stand? Yes. So
okay,
we can see.
Yeah, my name is a bit difficult, so you can just call me Marcel. I'm
sorry, Marcel?
Marcel, yeah.
So it's Marcelo? No.
That's my born name, but it's Italian. But I don't really go by that name, so
do you
more
like
family
to teach us how to pronounce it legally, the correct way to pronounce it?
Okay, it's Marcello.
Okay, thank you.
Roberto. So Marcello. Marcello. Roberto Johnson.
Why Johnson is the same?
My dad was a South African, my mom was Italian, and it was her idea for Italian name, and my father said he's not giving me the Italian surname, so otherwise it would have been Marcello Roberto Ascani.
Ascani,
yeah. So best of both worlds. Yeah, so I'm in Penghu County, Zhongxing Elementary.
So Zhongxing is from Penghu, right?
Yeah, so the windy county, very windy, especially now in the winter. Yeah, absolutely loving it. We're actually 3 FETs with my 2 colleagues. They started a year before me. So I've learned a lot from them, and great co-teachers and a great coordinator who's here, Jennifer, by the way. And also principal, colleagues, everyone's awesome. Helped me a lot as well. I told some of the people here I had a massive injury, which made teaching a bit harder with a cast on my leg. But they were very supportive and helped me out. So yeah, I don't know if there's anything else you guys want to know. I think that's it. Yeah. If you want to know more, you can just come talk to me.
Wow, a very welcoming person, right? So you must be Jennifer.
Yes.
All right. So Jennifer is Chen Jingyi. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay. Chen Jingyi, would you like to introduce yourself?
Can I say no?
Can I say no? What should we do, teachers? Since you guys are all the teachers, if you ask your students, say yes, please introduce yourself, then the students say, can I say no? What will you do?
Try your best.
Oh, try your best.
I like the answer. Try your best.
Okay, thank you very much for your patience. My name is Jennifer. I come from Penghu. This is a beautiful small town in the world. If you have time, you can go to visit my hometown because there are strong winds in my hometown. It makes my character more stronger. Besides, I was an English major in the past, so I hope I can enjoy this job. And I'm very lucky to work with Marcel. He is a very good teacher at our school. He is so kind, so our students like him very much. That's the way he is. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jennifer. I mean, Machala, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Machala and Jennifer, you guys, you did an excellent example. So when it's turn to come to your co-teacher, say something good about your foreign teacher, right? See? It's a harmony. It looks like a really beautiful music song. So this is the first time I say that I heard that the strong wind make my character stronger. What doesn't kill you make you stronger. Okay, but actually I know lots of people are dying to go to Penghu. It's a paradise. I just heard a little bird told me somewhere from blah 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 county prefer to switch to Penghu because God told him to do that. So I guess you know who he is, okay? Okay, the God always speak to him and tell him which county or which city to go. All right, and now we have Wilson. Yeah, it should be there, right? Wilson, where's Wilson? Hey, Wilson. Wilson 没有来。还没有来。哦 ，Wilson 跟 Zachary 是连江。对，他们俩还没到。Oh, perhaps it's because of the plan. Yes, Lianjiang, do you know Lianjiang Blue Tears? Have you ever heard about the Blue Tears? Yes. Blue Tears, just Google, you Google Blue Tears, and you'll see the beautiful scenery in Lianjiang. Yes. Okay, then we have Paul. Where is Paul? Yeah, Paul. A newcomer, right?
Yeah, newcomer. So I'm Paul Michael, Paul's fine though. I'm from the States, California. I've been teaching here about a year and a half now, a year and a half, and I'm at the same school from Taipei. So on the bilingual thing, I think next year I've been working with my team, and we're going to try to start doing, I've taught history and social science in the States, so we're going to try to start, maybe do a camp that's like business English, or throw in some history and try to kind of go a little more bilingual, because I know some other schools are doing it, and especially I know in Taipei they're really pushing it. But yeah, that's me. So like I said, from California, so yes, I eat a lot of avocados. Teach in Taipei. I guess that's about it.
Yeah. Okay. City.
Orange County. Right between LA and
okay.
San Diego. Yeah.
Oh, it's near LA.
Yeah, right by LA.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we have someone from California. Yes. Yes, Disneyland. Everybody, when you think of California, Los Angeles, then you think of Disneyland or Hollywood. Right. Okay, so next one we have Nestle. Where's it? Sorry, I can. Sorry. Really? Let's spell your middle name wrong?
Yeah.
Alright, so.
It's okay, we need to put the correct name on your certificate.
I know, I said that.
Later on we'll check that.
Morning everybody, my name's Ainsley. I'm the only English person here, I think. No, I've got another British person around. But yeah, I'm from England. I work in junior high school in Inland County, which is kind of a bit south of here. Not very well populated and kind of a bit in the sticks, but it's good fun. I've been there now for about 7 years, so I've had a lot of experience with the students there. And before that, I was in Taipei for 9 years in Bushiban, and so I've used a lot of the things that I used in Bushiban actually in my classes as well. I thought that was quite useful. It's quite a challenging job that I've had, but it's really satisfying. I just really enjoy what I do, and it's good to get students talking about themselves and about different cultures and explaining differences between my culture and their culture, and it's just fun. I wasn't really prepared for this. I just really enjoy what I do, and I hope you all do too, because you know, it's great and it's good to see it when kids the light bulb comes on and they suddenly realise, oh, they know how to say something, and that's probably the most satisfying thing, and that's why I keep on doing what I do. So it's nice to meet you, and let's have fun, I suppose.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So hope everybody can help your kids to, you know, bring the light bulb, right? Yeah, can keep it on, then help your kids to appreciate the beauty of different cultures. And that is why we invite you, or we recruit so many foreign language teachers here, because we need our kids to experience the differences of the culture. And we hope them can be really brave to speak English, to speak out. All right, and the next one comes to lovely Tina. Okay, Tina, come to the band.
Hi, good morning. It's still morning, yes. Hi, I'm Tina. I work in New Taipei at Xinzhuang Junior High School. You guys all know my co-teacher, Lena. She's a great co-teacher.
I didn't mean to. Okay, I said actually I have to say something good about you. Not okay, sorry.
But I'm from New Jersey. This is my 3rd year at the school. Everything's going well, so I guess that's why I've stayed. People always ask me, when are you going to leave? And I always say, like, when Taiwan doesn't treat me well, which hasn't happened. So that's good. Yeah, that's it. I don't know what else you want to know about me. But, yeah, I enjoy watching movies and reading books. Okay, so there's a foreign English teacher program in New Taipei as well, and when we do these self-introductions, everyone just kind of says something they like to do. So, yeah. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you. Just a request from our beautiful assistant. The assistant, okay, would you like to say it in English because you are an English major?
Yes,
because I'm recording, so if you want to introduce yourself and you come to the front, it's easier for me to do my job.
Yes, we need to have a really beautiful angled camera, see, so you can stand here. Alright, so the next one, okay, Michelle, but I think you prefer everybody call you Shelly, right? Also, that's Shelly, remember?
Yeah. I did. Alright, yeah, I'm a little bit sick, sorry if I sound like a frog. My name is Michelle, but everyone calls me Shelly. My mom calls me Michelle when she's angry. I've been teaching in New Taipei City, the same program as Tina, for 4 years? 5 years. 5 years, my 5th year in this program. Yeah, I've been in Taiwan for 9 years. I was in Korea for 6 years before that. I like teaching, it's fun. I teach junior high school because they're weird. I like it. It's fun to teach kids who are a little bit odd because I'm not a normal teacher person. They look at me like, you have tattoos and piercings, weird. I'm like, yeah, I run for fun, I like math. Yeah, so it's fun if you can show your weird personality to your students. You can kind of be more open and honest with them. I think that they appreciate that, especially if you're teaching in a junior high school setting. So, yeah, that's fun. Oh yeah, and I said, for some of you, I ran the half marathon on Sunday, which is probably why I'm a little bit sick, through Taipei City. It's kind of fun. Yeah, training for a half marathon takes away all your social life. So, if you like to have a social life, don't do that. 10 kilometers is about where it's at. It's pretty good. But anyway, if anyone's interested in doing races, there's lots all around Taiwan. Who's in Penghu?
Penghu.
Okay, there's a half marathon that goes through Penghu. My friend did it last year. She's like, you should go. And I'm like, the first time I go to Penghu and do a half marathon, that sounds like a thing I would do. I did that in Bali, and the first time I went through Taraku Gorge was running a half marathon.
Just take the wind into account.
Yeah, that's I'd be like, oh no, running a straight line. Anyway, that's it. So nice to meet you.
Okay, thank you, Shelly. So be sure to Facebook each other. So next time when you go to Penghu, you can have a place to stay. All right? Yes, this is very important. You have your social work. Social is very important in the 3-day training, really, indeed. Try to get contact with each other. All right, and then let's come to Guchu and Angel, beautiful Angel, the counselor. everyone. Good to see you again. It's so nice, especially the 2019. Yeah. Okay, so I'm Angel. I'm working for the Miami County government and just in charge of the English and international education that field. And I think that there is one thing I want to announce. I'm going to work for MOE from next month, February 1st. Yeah. So that will be big shock. So they are not working for the county government anymore. Then let me introduce my team member. The handsome, I got it. So the beautiful Leroy. So go first, and Leroy with, and then later is her handsome husband, Rohan.
Here. Yeah, the camera is there, right? The camera.
So, good morning, everybody. My name is Leray. Sorry. It's okay. So, my name is Leray, English pronunciation, but the real pronunciation, like Marcello said his, is in Afrikaans, which is Leray. So, I don't know if you want to try rolling your R. No, anyway, you can call me Leray. I'm from South Africa, and I'm in the most beautiful county in Taiwan, which is Maui. We have very beautiful sunsets, which is awesome. And we probably live the closest than everybody here. We live in Yeli Township, which is probably the closest to where we are right now. It's my first year teaching in Taiwan. I was a teacher in South Africa for 3.5 years. I taught high school, so teaching elementary school is a big challenge for me now. I also didn't teach English. I taught business studies and accounting, so teaching English is also very special for me. But I really enjoy it. Yeah, thank you.
She's really good for singing. Really. And she can sing the high C. Yeah, karaoke tonight. Okay, handsome husband?
Yeah.
Rohan.
一人来一下，hold on，I think I forgot the 王依林 ，sorry, my fault.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. 依林老师 ，Yeah, sorry, I'm so sorry. Hi, 我叫王依林 ，my English name is Kate. Okay, my coworker is Ray. Yeah, so I have cooperated with a foreign teacher maybe 3.5 years. So I think that I have a little experience with work with foreign teachers. So this year I feel more comfortable. Yeah. So now anxiety to do that. So I think now when I co-teach with the co-workers, I can find that there are good ideas in their culture, and I can try to catch up their topics, because each person has a different characters. So I enjoy it. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Luan. I'm also obviously in Yandi County, and I teach at 2 schools. Sanjiao in Monday and Tuesday, and Thursday and Friday at Zhongzheng. And I think none of my co-teachers are here, but it's fine. And I just wanted to mention I'm a part-time hand model in my right hand. And then I love living in Yandi. It's very nice. I've worked in a cram school last year, and elementary school is way better. And so far I haven't got any complaints. Bali is really a beautiful place, and just wonderful. The people, the working environment is excellent, and the people are been very good to us. So I'm enjoying it so far. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so now let's welcome our lovely
Mava, the sweet lady, Mava Wendy. She is from St. Vincent country. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mava Wendy Rodney, and I stress the Mava because in Taiwan, people keep calling me Mawa. My name is Mava. Mava. Some people call me Mava, some people call me Wendy, some people call me Mava Wendy. Doesn't really bother me. Well, from my accent, you would know that I am from the Caribbean island of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, which at one time was a colony of Britain. Thankfully, we are independent. I teach at Zhonglian Elementary and Jinsan Elementary, two schools, two rural schools. With me this morning is Miss Scotty Zhang, who is my translator, my driver, my interpreter, name it. She's behind a little lady, you'll hear from her. My other co-teacher is Miss Jean Shu, but she's not here today, she'll be here tomorrow. I don't know if there's anything else that you need to find out, but of course you can ask. Thank you. Thank you. Now let's welcome her co-teacher, the driver, the babysitter. No, sorry, just kidding. Of course, the mama doesn't mean the babysitter.
Hi everyone. My name is Scotty, and I'm Mava's best friend, best translator, best driver. I'm Mava's everything. I know it's not easy for Mava to come to Taiwan and teach kids here. Actually, I never heard St. Vincent. I never heard this country before. Yeah, and Mava spent a long time to get here, and so the only thing I want to say is, Mava, I will be your everything. Yeah, and because Zhonglian Elementary School is in the mountains, it's not convenient and it's remote. Yeah, so we will provide anything you want for you. Yeah, and we work. Mava work hard and we work smoothly. So I hope I hope I can work with you next year. So don't forget, come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, you done everything for Mava Wendy. Okay, so next person, from the Chaosan Country School, Yolanda. Welcome. Yeah, beautiful.
Good morning, everyone. I hope it's still morning. My name is Yolanda. I'm from South Africa. I've been here for 4 months, and I'm based in Niaouli. I don't know how to pronounce it. Niaouli. Niaouli. Yeah, Niaouli. And I teach elementary and junior, but I prefer junior more. And I'm at Shingan Elementary and Junior. And yeah. And nice meeting you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now let's welcome our Sankei, because of her name. Yeah, and also it's hard to pronounce. So thank you so much for letting us not just only call you Sankei. Yeah. Sankei, not a sake, okay? Okay, good morning everyone. My name is Samukeli Siwe. Nomtandazo. Nomtandazo means prayerful. I'm a prayerful woman. Yeah. So I'm based in Charleston and Dohan Elementary School. I've been teaching in South Africa for more than 10 years. I love teaching, I love fun, I love kids, I enjoy working with the co-teachers, it's so fun. I love Taiwan. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
to the band, maybe. So what's up? The group 2. Yeah, so let's welcome the band. Then your turn. Group 3.
Yes, the cameraman. If you like big picture or lots of pictures, if you're photogenic, just don't forget, just follow them. Follow them.
Hi everyone. I'm the host here because I was born in Taichung. So I hope you enjoy here. You will enjoy the 3 days short stay here. Okay. And let me introduce my members. The first one is Fabian Denbo van der Wermer. Fabian, just call him Fabian. From South Africa.
Oh, thank you. Hi. Yes, I'm Fabian. So, South Africa? Yes, South Africa, yes, that's right. So most of you know me already. My name is Tolong. So in Taiwan, everyone just calls me Fabian. Or Fabian, for some reason. But anyway, Fabian. So I've been in Taiwan for a long time. And it's fun. So just like most of you, I enjoy teaching English to kids. And then I enjoy elementary school age students. It's fun, we can do more things with them. And I do know that some of you prefer older students. Well, that's just your thing. Yeah. You know? So, but I like the little ones, we can do things. But for the past 2 years, I've been out in the sticks. So, the schools are very small. So at first I'm like, what? Really? Are you sure? Like 10 kids in the class? Can they speak English? No. It's like, okay, but we can still have fun. So that was nice. So it was an eye-opener. So there's many schools on the island where they've never had a full-time English teacher. Some of the schools, they only had a math teacher or a science teacher who could speak English, who would just teach them English, so by the way. And then, so I find it was challenging at first, but if you go in there with an open mind, an open heart, and it's like, hey, I enjoy my job. You can go out there and you can do something. And the kids will love you for it. So I'm happy to be out in the middle of nowhere teaching kids. It's fun. Although there's no social life because there's no one around. It's like, oh, I need someone to speak to. But, yeah. But so I do have a wife and a daughter. So they keep me company. And my daughter, because she's only 2 years old, so she takes all my time. So she will hit her mother or shout at her mother to stop speaking to Fabian. You know, I didn't see him the whole day. It's my time. So, yeah. There's a thing on this. It says 4 schools, but I'm not at 4 schools. I'm at 3. Yeah, the 3 schools. The number 2 is not. I don't know number 2, and I don't know number 4. Yeah. I mean Anding. Yeah, Anding. Anding is a so-so school. Chenzhou is fantastic. There's like hardly any kids in the class. The co-teacher is amazing. The kids are fantastic. When you rock up there on a Monday, you get the whole day from grade 1 to grade 6, and they just go, wow, Fabian is here, and they go, wow. You know, so I love it. And then there's another one, Dapi Elementary School. Dapi, yeah, it's missing. Yeah, Professor Wang, yeah. It's a nice school as well. The co-teacher is also great because she helps me a lot. Yeah, and the kids are, for the most part, they're fantastic. And I think I'm speaking too much. So, but I do get carried away sometimes. But thank you.
Thank you, Fabian from Yunlin. So if you want to go to Yunlin, contact Fabian. Okay. And the next one is the co-teacher. Is she here? Liao Peishan Lao Shi. Yeah. Yes. Let's welcome Ms. Liao.
It's time for you to learn Chinese.
It is so hard to you, I know. Never mind. Hi, hello everyone. I'm from Yunlin and I'm co-teacher with Vivian. Yes, he's a very great teacher and he works very hard. I'm very happy can work with him. And hi, you know, in here, in Chinese we don't like introduce, so that's all. Thank you.
We have 3 days, okay. So let's get to know each other. Okay, the next person is from Xingang. I think it's Zhanghua, but Chonghua, Zhanghua. C-H-A-N-G, right? C-H-A-N-G-H-U-A. Zhanghua, right? Zhonghua, Zhonghua County. It should be Zhanghua County, okay? So it's, which will be Timmy, right? Or, yeah, Timmy.
Good morning, everyone. Originally from Bulgaria, that's why the name Dimitrinka or Dimitrina, which comes from Demeter, Dimitri, all those saints in the Orthodox Church. Have been living in the States for 27 years now, Ohio, Cincinnati, and this is my 4th month here in Taiwan and in Asia, so I'm very new. I'm situated in Xingang Township, which is a really small place, and there's no one else in no other foreign FET, or I haven't even seen any other non-Asian person in my township, so sometimes it gets a little bit lonely, but I'm lucky to work with really great co-teachers and also the people, the other FET in Zhanghua County, and of course Frede, our valiant leader. And you will hear a lot more about us and our project just in a few minutes, or so we're the first to present. So unless you have any questions for me, I think that's all for me for now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. Since your co-teacher is not here, so let's move to Chelsea. Chelsea Elementary School is Matthew, and then Fred. Yeah, to yourself.
Hey everybody, I think I met most of you at orientation, but I'm Matthew. I'm from Pennsylvania, in the USA. I've been in Taiwan for about 7 years now, but this is my first year with the FED program. Like Demi said, we're going to be presenting this afternoon about what we do, so I won't give you any spoilers.
Teacher, I'm not your co-teacher.
Co-teacher? Yeah, she's not my co-teacher.
Oh, okay.
She's my boss.
Should both say something? No? Okay. Okay, in the afternoon. Okay. We'll see a lot of them, okay. And then, Jimlan again, okay. And this time is Katie. Welcome, Katie.
Hello everyone, my name is Katie and I have been in Taiwan since 2014 and right now I am teaching at Jinling Junior High School in Kinmen, which is one of the outlying islands. My first year in Kinmen, I could see China from my house. So yes, very, very far away, but only about a 45-minute flight here, so it's not the end of the world if we need civilization. Yeah, it's been a very interesting experience. Virtually all of our incoming students to the junior high have had a foreign teacher pretty much since 3rd grade, some of them since kindergarten, but a lot of them still don't understand that English is a language that we speak to each other. So we're trying to work on speaking to each other in English. That's kind of our biggest struggle, is just using English as a language as opposed to something you take tests on. One of my wonderful co-teachers is here, Amy. She is fantastic. She just got to Kinmen this year, at the beginning of this past school year, and it has been fantastic working with her. We just kind of struggled through the typical teaching things that you struggle with, and students and all of that together, and it's been really wonderful just having somebody that speaks very good English to just hang out with and talk to about everything. Yeah, I feel like all of us are coming up here and just sort of rambling about ourselves because we don't know what to say, so I will conclude my introduction. Thanks everyone.
Thanks. And let's welcome her co-teacher, Amy.
Hello everyone, I'm Amy and I'm Katie's co-teacher. Actually, it's my first year teaching, so I'm very new, and I love working with Katie a lot. Like, it's my first year. And I was student teacher in Yonghe Junior High School just before you came, right? So yeah, we'll talk to you later. And like, Katie is a very passionate teacher. Like, she's also working really hard, and also even talking about like rebuilding our English Learning Center. Like, yeah, so. We have our struggles here in Kinmen, like teaching students English, and I hope that we can learn a lot from every one of you during this learning sessions. Yeah, thank you, and nice to meet you guys.
Yeah, and this is the end of Team 3. Thank you, and Alex, it's your turn.
Good morning. Yeah, this is Alex again. Alex has been helping with the program in Taitung, since 2005. So I helped with the program for a while. So ask me if you have question about the program, about the contract, okay? And yeah, my group member. Let's introduce Dina from Hualien. So welcome.
Thank you. So hi, I'm Diana. I'm from the United States. I taught English as a second language in my city in Ohio before moving here. And I'm in Hualien now, which is very beautiful. From my desk in my office, I look out the window and I see mountains, and from my students' classrooms, I see the ocean. So it's a perfect location. My situation, I guess, is slightly different because I came with my family. So I have my 2 daughters, they're 5 and 8, and my husband is working as a visiting scholar at a university just south of Hualien. So I go to the school during the day, and when I come home at night, I go onto a university campus. So that part is what's probably different than most of you, because surrounded by a lot of international people and a lot of English speakers, and a beautiful college campus that's not crowded and full of wildlife and trees and nature. So it's been a great experience for me. Yeah, I've been loving it.
Thank you, Dina. Hualien is the most beautiful country in Taiwan, just like Taitung. Did you know there is no foreign teacher this time from Taitung? You know why? Because we never need new teachers, because those who assigned to Taitung never leave. Yeah. So we never need new teachers because it's beautiful. It's a paradise, just like Hualien. Okay, and Samuel from Pindong is here. Okay. Chang Hong, co-teacher. Okay. 好，那么 next one, Jason from Jai.
Thank you. Welcome. Hi, my name's Jason, and working in Jai County. The school that I'm at is wonderful. I started life as a science teacher in high schools, and now I'm teaching English to elementary kids, and I find it really refreshing and a lot of fun. And Taiwan students, I think, just have better attitudes than Australian high school students. So it is a really refreshing break. And it's not nearly as stressful as my old job, and I'm just loving it. I work with a fantastic team, and we work really well together. There's one other American foreign teacher, and then two other co-teachers, and I love the school. They're looking after me really well, and I just feel blessed that I've found this job. It's been great, and I look forward to staying with it for a while. Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Okay, and Jason's co-teacher?
She's coming this afternoon.
Okay. Sonia from Nantou?
Hi, I'm Sania Fong. I'm from the USA, but if you're wondering, my family is from Cambodia, but I was born and raised in the USA. In America, I was a math teacher for 3 years, and then I moved to Taiwan. I've been here for 4 years. My first 2 years were in Nantou at the same school, and then for 2 years I was in New Taipei, and now I'm back in Nantou at the same school. Yeah, and the end. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, okay, the last one, Karen. Thank you, Karen from Hsinchu.
Hi, I'm Karen. From South Africa regional, that's why I originally want to say Karen. And if you want to do a pronunciation, Karen. And at the moment I'm working in Hsinchu at Xinke Junior High. I started in Hsinchu just over 2 years ago. It's some elementary schools, and they have me at the elementary school and the junior high. And this last 6 months has been really nice just being at the junior high. Yeah, so that's me, thanks.
Thank you. Trang Hồng Nhâm bổ sung một
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ali. I'm so happy to have this opportunity to participate in training this time. And my co-teacher is on the way here, so sorry about that. And I'm working as an English teacher and English coordinator at Kenim Elementary School. And if you love doing the water activity, Kenim is your best choice to take a few time to explore. And I'm keen on teaching students. It is not only what I pass on to them, but the most important thing is I can get more interaction with students. And I can learn from my student, and my student can learn from my class. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
So that's Karen.
Okay, so let's introduce Group 5, Phillips.
Hi everyone, I'm Philip. I'm with Group 5, and I want to welcome everyone to the in-service training here. A lot of you are familiar with me, and for those of you who are not familiar with me, I'm South African, and I'm very happy to see and hear there's quite a few South Africans here, but I also see there's quite a few people who live or came from Ohio. I studied a bit there as well, so welcome to you as well. I've been teaching for over 30 years, so I'm not long in the tooth yet, but I do want to say that the older you get, the better your teaching becomes. I'm a champion for good teachers, and I think you will see somewhere in your manual that my email address is there, so if you have good teaching ideas, please share them with me, because I love to share with people my own teaching as well. I've been in Taiwan now for 3 years, married to a very wonderful Taiwanese lady. She is the government, and she tells me what to do. And with that all, I would like to now introduce you to my group. And we have, first of all, we have Mimi. Where's Mimi? Okay. And then we also have Mimi's co-teacher as well, Doris, who's bigger than life as well. Okay, but first of all, Mimi. Okay.
Thank you, Philip. Hi, my name is Mimi, and I'm from Oakland, California, in the US. Actually, I don't need to be here right now. I've been in Taiwan for 2.5 years, so I'm not technically required to attend this orientation, but I like to come because I think the teachers here are good, and then when we have our idea sharing, I think I can get something out of it, and it just kind of helps me center for the rest of the semester. Yeah, so I hope we can all share some ideas together. And yes, I will keep it short. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mimi. And Doris, Mimi's co-teacher, who's also a teacher in Judong Junior High School.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Doris. I'm from Judong Junior High School. I have no idea why I'm here because because I was forced to be here. Okay, because Mimi wants to come and yeah. So since everyone introduced yourself, I would like to tell you, good morning everyone. I was from Taiwan and I've been here for more than 40 years. Yeah, I'm very happy to be all of you here. Thank you, Bastian.
Thank you, Doris. Right, the next person we have is John, and John's teaching at Mimi's previous school. So John, I hand it over to you. Short and sweet. Has anyone got any questions for the man? Right, and John's co-teacher? Right.
Hi everyone, I'm Ivy. If John so briefly, what can I do or how can I do?
Make it up.
I'll make it up. Is so happy to co-work with John. John always like to greet when we enter the class, and he asks questions, and if the students just answer not good, and John will face down, and what are you gonna do, and what are you gonna say, and then say, maybe I'm just joking, and then the student just relax, and out of that, that's kind of a different culture, because our Chinese teacher always very serious. Also, John bring another ways, and then we know this different culture. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. They both come from a very distinguished elementary school in Jubei, Dongxing Elementary. Yes. Right, and the next person we have here is Brandon. Is Brandon here? Yep, there's Brandon. I hand it over to you, Brandon.
Hi. Okay, I'm Brandon. I'm in Yilan County. We have another Yilan County person.
No.
Should be, yes, hiding over there. I don't know what to say. I like long walks on the beach. I like to read romantic novels. And I like fluffy things. That's it.
Right, you can see we've got quite an exciting group here. Right, and the last person in my group is Ronaldo, also South African, but just anyone want to guess how you pronounce Ronaldo's surname? Anyone want to? No South Africans. They already know. Okay, I'm going to hand you now to Ronaldo.
Hi, I'm Ronaldo. I've been in Taiwan for 5 years. I've taught in South Africa and in England before. This is my first time teaching junior high school, so it's been fun, it's been a learning curve, and I'm enjoying it. Thanks.
Great, and that is group 5. Thank you.
Alright, thank you everybody. Alright, it's still 5 minutes to go before we have our lunch, so I'm going to finish this really quickly. So this is the dorm room where you can find this, and it's all written on the brochure, okay? Well, about this, actually I plan to play a really quick game and to interview all the informations about all the environments. But first, a really quick reminder, restroom. Women's restroom is on the right-hand side, is on the right. And men's restroom is on the left-hand side, because women is always right, okay? So right-hand side for women. All right, now, let's please look at your brochure, your handbook, and have a really quick review about all the things you should notice during the 3-day workshop. I will give you 30 seconds, then I will play a really quick game to wrap it up. Okay? 30 seconds to read it. Read about all the information written on it. It's written in simple English.
Oh, I don't understand that.
The PowerPoint about the introduction about the environment. So you read from page 10 to page 20, yes. 10 to 20 in 30 seconds.
just quickly read it through. You finish it? Okay, you're a gifted student. Good. So we got a gifted student who has already finished it. And I think, I do believe you can find the answer really quickly. So now we're going to play the game. It's called Three Kingdoms, and it's a really easy one. It's an easy one. The only thing we need is we can now divide the group into 3 colors. So this. Okay, so this side you are green. Okay, sorry, red, blue, and green, right? All right, now I will start asking questions. So you have to answer the questions. So if you got the answer right, you can just move. You can move in front. For example, the red team, then you can go to L. Then you choose which way to go to invade the other kingdom, the other color. It's a really quick game. All right, so this side, pick a. Okay, there's no way to pick anything. Answer the question. When is the breakfast time? Anyone from here? When is the breakfast time? Raise your hand. When is the breakfast time? But they can answer. They can answer because it's their choice. Yes.
From 7:30 to
7:30. Is that right? 7:30. Okay. So from 7:30. So now you are green team, right? So you will. Oh, sorry, you are red. It's opposite. So red, then you are here. Okay, so this is yours. All right, and then the second one. What's the Wi-Fi password? The Wi-Fi password. Yes.
Oh, 0330 at N capital AER.
Yes, that's right. Okay, so you are blue, right? Then you'll go this way. Okay, and then this team. Okay, what should we know? Oh yeah, what do we have to do after each meal? What do you have to do after each meal? You have to buzz your own tray. Yes, you have to buzz your own tray. And you are green. Yes, remind me of your color. All right, now let's go back to the red. Yes, go back to the red team. Sorry. Where is the computer room?
On the second floor.
On the second floor. Excellent. So which number would you like to pick?
What do you want to get?
Huh?
What do you want to get? Get J? Yeah,
J?
Let's go J.
J? Okay, so you'll go J. Alright, now the blue team. So, where are we going to? I guess I didn't say that. Okay, when is the culture exploration? When? Okay, when is the culture exploration? Yes, day 2 in the afternoon. Alright? So, which color? Which letter?
Blue.
You're blue, which letter? E, you'll go E, alright? And then okay, when is the vegetarian day?
Wednesday.
Yes, Wednesday. Alright, pick a number. Pick a letter. G, you're going G. Ooh, okay, that's something interesting. Now, who is the counselor of group 5? Phil, yes. Alright, so what's number? G. But you are red, right? And you want to go to G. So what should we do now? Paper, scissors, stone. Alright, stand up. Paper, scissors, stone. See who can keep it. Paper, scissors, stone. Paper, scissors, stone.
Okay, so we go paper, scissors, bang, right? Hey. Oh, I won!
It's count, right? It's count. You won. So, no.
Okay, so we get G.
Oh, all right, but we got a judge. The judge will say she's so everything.
Okay.
She's so everything. So do that again. All right. Paper, scissors.
So 1, 2, bang. 1, 2, bang. Okay. Sorry. I gotta think. Okay.
Paper, scissors, stone.
Still waiting, alright? So that will be, so G, right? So G will become red. G will become red. Alright, and then whose turn? Blue, okay, blue, yes. You can, your student can remind you like whose turn, or who wins. They remember better than you. Okay, so do you like to think of a question? Any question to ask them? Let me see, anything important? Oh, what should we do during the class? We should what? During the class, what should we do? We should always raise your hand. We should turn off our cell phones. Yes, turn off the cell phone and always wear the. Yes, good. All right, pick a number, letter. Pick a letter.
F.
Which one?
F.
F, right? And you are blue, right? Blue is here. Okay, and now this team, the green team. Okay. What should you do when you check out? This is important. What should you do when you check out? What should you do when you check out?
You should take your bedding.
Take your bedding. Put it in the basket.
Your trash.
And the trash. Sort the trash. And also give your key. The checking account. Yes, or counselor. And then you have to sign out. You have sign out. All right. Which color?
Green.
Okay. Yes, by number. Sorry. Which number? Huh? C. 然后你们是 green C. Okay, because it's almost alright. The last one, see whether we can have a winner or not. Because the winner group can get all the snack here. Alright, then we still need to play one more round. Okay, the question. What's the question? What else? It's difficult. Okay, so who is the project assistant? Who is the project assistant? What's the name of the project assistant? Yes, it's important. The project assistant, the beautiful, you always, yes. Annie, yes, okay, now. D. Oh, G, sorry. 哎，不对，可是 D 已经是 green 了。啊？哦，他们是 red，OK， 好，所以这里他们是 red。Alright, yes, then we got the winner. We have to do rock paper scissors. 还有吗 ？Rock paper scissors. OK, sorry, rock paper scissors. 来，谁是 rock paper scissors？ 啊？对 ，rock paper scissors. See who wins. Yes, go. And the winner will get the snack. Okay, go.
I got it. Oh, Phil. Okay.
Yes.
I got paper, scissors, and.
Paper, scissors, stone.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
You said 1, 2, 3.
I want to say paper, scissors, stone. Now I say go.
Okay.
Now when I say go, you do it. Okay? Paper, scissors, stone. Go. Yes, I win. Alright! So, this is your gift. Yes, for beer pong. Good. Alright, so red team win. Okay, so now it's time for, sorry, I still got things to announce. One thing is, because after we finish the 3-day insert training, everyone will get a certificate, and we need to make sure the information on this sheet is correct. So you have to check your name, especially the spelling of your name, and also your passport number. Yes, I think it should be passport number. Passport number, alright? And if it's correct, then you sign your name. Okay, and then the other thing is, we will pass this around on Wednesday. Thursday, tomorrow afternoon, right?
Tomorrow evening. Okay, so
tomorrow afternoon we have the field trip, right? After that we will have the dinner out, so that everyone can order what you would like to eat. And we only cover you $300. Remember, $300. So if more than that, you need to pay by yourself. So that in the afternoon during the class, we will pass around at least one, so you can write down. On this sheet, okay? And one more thing is, remember the last summer, the orientation, we did the mark, right? So those are the things already done, and on the table, the left side table, so please take your mark, so then you can bring back to your dorm. 然后 Amy， 你那个笔记要现在吗？还是要晚上？Okay, so and also the sweet Amy, so she just order the dessert for you. So everyone please pick take the one box. Okay. Okay, so it's the lunchtime, so 11:50. So please go to the second floor, the dorm, not the one where you check in, not the dorm, not the building, the second floor.
Wait a second, sorry, still one more thing to announce. So, 等一下Alex， 我先跟Shani讲一下报告的规则。So, in the afternoon, the presentation will start at 1 o'clock. So remember how many minutes each one for the presenter? How many minutes? 15 actually, right? It's altogether 15. Then 5 minutes for Q&A. So when it comes to 14 minutes, you will see our little helper will have a sign like 1 minute left. Then it's time for you to wrap it up. Okay? And then Alex.
Okay, this afternoon we're starting from Luhan, the presentation. And Mara, Larry, Jason, and Sonia. So this afternoon, your file is in the computer. But if you would like to update or try your PPT or your videos first before you present, please come to the front and check your file. Okay, it's here. And if you like to update your file, it's okay. Thank you.
Okay, don't forget to get your mark and your dessert box. Okay.
Means you guys the most expected, you're looking for it, right? So that's the presentation. So that welcome the counselor from Group 5, Philip. Philip is going to hold this session.
All right, good afternoon everyone, and I see Zach is back. Hi guys. I hope you've all had a good lunch, albeit you're not a vegetarian, but as long as you've enjoyed it. But I think first of all, before we have a look at the presentations, and I can see that we have a group here that are very ready to go, I would like to first of all welcome a very distinguished academic, and that is Professor Liao, Mei-Ling Liao. And when I say distinguished, it would appear that Professor Liao has been from many countries in the world where she has been an international scholar. So we are looking forward to having you here today, and also when you present to us your topic on English teaching and learning, put in a simple way. But without any further ado, I want to now hand you over to our first group, and they are from what county? You want to say it aloud? Changhua, foreign English teachers, and we hand it over to you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Freda, Jia Hui in Chinese. Okay, and we are from Changhua. And I'm Freda, this is Ted, Matthew, Dini, and Jack. Okay, later they will introduce the detail. So this is our office. Actually, our office combines two duties. One is international education and the international English teaching resource center, and that's our logo. And to me, okay, me first. Okay, according to my lovely foreign teachers, they gave me many jobs. Okay, I have many roles. for today, my role, the most important role is a recruiter. I'm like, I think that today is like a salesperson. Sometimes I'm like in the marketing, sometimes I'm in PR, which means that in this office, there are many people we work together. For example, like this, Citrix project partners. We have my boss in education department of Changhua County government, and I always call that director of our education department is Big Cheese. So when I say Big Cheese, it means that my boss in education department. And then in between, that's Citrix. And we also like a service of our 175 elementary schools and 42 junior high schools. Here, today, our point is about MOE FET project. How the 5 foreign teachers, they work, how much the big contribution they make for our Changhua County. Okay. I think that the biggest project we are going to talk about is Teachers on the Go. I'm not going to talk about detail, they will. But I would like to tell about our Citrix. We work with schools. Citrix work with FET. Schools work with FET. The reason that this project can work because of we work together. Okay, so for us, like for Citrix, my most important responsibility is that to make sure all the schools, for example, so far this semester, there are 70 schools involved in this project. All the coordination can work smoothly. So when our foreign teachers, they go to the school, we hope, okay, they can work with the school very well. The school's LET, for example, like for the Citrix and the school, number 1, school provides transportation equipment prepare students. Or number 2, school English teachers as teacher's assistant. We just make sure that our office, we have people like in charge of this part to make a communication fluently. And for school in the FET's duties, they have to send schools pre-teaching materials, which means schools need to be prepared before FET's visit. That's a very important part of our project. And this FET, they have to inform schools of their requirements. Otherwise, they just visit once in 3 weeks or once in a month. So if schools are not prepared, they'll be in a big problem. And for Citrix and FET, we have a meeting regularly each week, once a week. And also between different phases of the project, we have the time for review and prepare. So we work together for a lot of time. So actually to me, in addition to Teachers on the Go, for Changhua County, we have more projects. And even more is that we are going to have a big program, right? I think that's it for my part. So just a short introduction to make sure I'm here, which means Changhua County government is so appreciated for FET's work, for their contribution for us. And we need to be very supportive. And how supportive, how to do that, leave that to you. Okay, so Pat.
All right. Okay, I'm going to stand over this side because this is kind of my side. My name is Ted. I've been in Taiwan for over 5 years. I'm working in Changhua. I have been working in an elementary school, but now I spend 2 days a week preparing the curriculum for a new school that's opening. 1 day a week meeting with these guys, and 2 days on our Teachers on the Go program, which is what I'm going to talk about today. Okay, so before this year, Changhua County has over 200 schools. And we've got 5 English teachers. So what we did, we had 4 English villages and a resource centre. So that's how we used to split up the teachers. The English villages would get the foreign teacher, and the schools would visit the English village and they get, you know, real life experience with the foreign teacher. And we'd also go out and visit them on the Travelling Tales programme. There's my old English village. It was a high-speed train. But last year it was decided to stop the English village programme because it used a lot of money. So we had to try and think of something else that could let us share the English teacher resource around so many schools in the county. So we came up with Teachers on the Go. And so the FET teachers, they teach in their home school on Monday and Tuesday. We meet up on the Wednesday. And then on the Thursday and Friday, we travel to a local school to do a lesson, to teach a Teachers on the Go lesson. So we visit 4 schools a week. So Thursday morning we go to a school, and then they come, afternoon school comes and picks us up, takes us to the afternoon school. Friday's a different school, Friday afternoon's a different school. And we do this for a 4-week cycle, so we get to about 16 schools. And then we start lesson 2, we go back to the first school again. We've been running cycles of 3 lessons. So you can have 16 schools and you visit them all 3 times. And here's my wonderful graphic of us. So this is our local school, this is where we're based. And so we kind of cover the schools in our local area. So we just about managed to colour in the whole county. Okay, so we plan a series of 3 or 4 lessons, and what we try to do is link the lessons together so that it has a bit more coherence. We can teach a subject over the 3 lessons. So we have little things between the lessons where we ask the students to have a look at this, or watch that, or learn this, and teachers, the local teachers, have a responsibility. So we'll make a little video like this, or a PowerPoint, and the local teacher can show it to the kids before we come. That's the idea. I think maybe 50-50 success rate with that. And it's open to grade 3 through to grade 9. So there was quite a big variation. So you couldn't really just plan one lesson, but you could plan a topic and you could adjust your lesson or change some activities to fit. And we'd have little breaks in between for planning. Okay, so there's basically the idea. Exciting, motivating, interesting lessons. We didn't have a textbook. We could choose whatever we wanted to do, what we were interested in, and use that for our topic. So, the challenges. First of all was the travel arrangements, because we have 5 teachers going to 16 different schools every Thursday and Friday for 4 weeks. It wasn't easy to coordinate, but we had a good guy in the office, and he would just give, in fact, I think I've got a picture of it. Yeah, there it is. He would just give us that, and we could read what train do we get on, who's going to pick us up, all that sort of thing. This is pretty important. If this didn't work, it wouldn't have been fun. Classroom arrangements, you know, the teacher, you've got to think about that, you've got to tell the school in advance. Again, a 50% success rate. If you wanted groups, or if you wanted a computer that was made in the last decade to use, then, you know, you had to ask. I had one school I went to, and the first time the computer was prehistoric and it wouldn't run my PowerPoint. But I didn't make a fuss, and they got me a replacement halfway through. And the next time I went back, they were like, "We've got you a new computer." It's the same computer. And it's the same computer. And they said, "We changed the memory." I said, it's not gonna do it. And it didn't do it. And actually the 3rd time they also had the same computer. So yeah, this is very, very important things, because you kind of just turn up and you have to go, and then you finish and then you go somewhere else. So it's important that these things are right. You needed to know how many students and what the grades were. Sometimes you'd have like 9 students in grade 3, and sometimes you'd have 30 students in grade 8. So it was important to know. It was good if they did the preparation task. I'm going to show you sort of roughly what my lessons were. thing is, if they did the preparation task, then you could come in and you could start with something from the preparation task, and they would feel all happy because they knew the answers, and then everything would go well from there on. So this is quite key, but again, some classes did it, some didn't. And the co-teaching, well, you're just going to all of these schools, so some of the co-teachers were good, some of the co-teachers were not so good. It wasn't really their fault. They'd never done it before either. Some of the teachers were fantastic. Some of the teachers didn't speak any English. Some of them took photos all the time. Some of them translated every word you were saying. So you just had to sort of work with them. But once you got over the first lesson and they knew what you expected, it worked better. Okay, so this is the final thing I'm going to blather about here. This is really quite an important part of it, the assessment of the programs. So we would write feedback on each of the schools, and the schools would write feedback on each of us, and then we could see them. And one time my your biggest nightmare happened. I had one school that was a bit bad, and so I was a bit critical of them, but it was our internal feedback, you know. So, you know, I said the teacher, you know, she wasn't really doing her job, she should have been doing this, blah blah. And our guy in the office posted it straight off to the school. And the school got straight back in touch with us and said, what's all this about? And I had to go back there the following week as well. I just pretended nothing had happened. Yeah. So this is the program. Teachers on the go. I would say it worked very well. Takes a bit of planning, and if you want it to work properly, and if you want the kids to learn and enjoy it. So for my next little bit, I'm just going to talk you through what I did for the lesson. So I had some language objectives. In some ways I was happy if the younger kids, if they could just learn the name of a sport that they like, that's just about enough. So we had a whole bunch of sports. I didn't expect them to learn them all. I didn't ask them to learn them all. But we played a lot of games with the vocabulary so we could learn ones if they wanted to. I had a little grammar rule in there. This was just kind of to tick the box with the local teachers so they could say they learned something. So the I play or I go or I do for the different sports. And we had some numbers. And we had rules language. And measurement language, yeah. But I also wanted them to learn how to be a good sport manners. It's one of the things in Taiwan, I'm sure you've experienced, kids are not always the best losers. It's partly because they don't play maybe enough sports and they don't lose often enough. So I had a little bit of good sports manners. I wanted them to work as a team. I wanted them to learn what it feels like to have a bit of responsibility in your team. I wanted them to kind of have the feeling of sports. Why is it exciting? Why is it exciting to watch? Why is it exciting to do? And I thought this was a good one. What is a sport? And we had a little look at money in sports, because kids are always interested in that. And I wanted them just to see some great images of sport and to watch some great video clips of sport as well. So in the first lesson, obviously I introduced myself. Kids are very interested in the personal introduction. And then we did a little brainstorm for the sports that they know. And I fed them the sports in the preview material, so they had some answers for me. Then we played our sports sounds game. I think these ones were for the younger kids. It's pretty good because they can use their, use their listening and use their touch. This one was a little blindfold, and I gave them like a tennis ball or a ping pong ball, and they had to tell me the sport. And I will show you the sports sound game. Here we go. Alright, so it just works like this. Let's have a listen to number one. Alright, what's the sport? Baseball, very good, very good. Okay, I won't do them all. Let's have a go at... what's this one? No? Running, yeah, very good. How about This one. Let's have a listen one more time. Here it goes. Close. Long jump. Yeah, long jump. Very good. Long jump. Okay, now try this one. Number 7 is a great one for making everyone shut up because it's very quiet. So listen carefully. Yeah, very good. Actually, yeah. Okay, and I'm going to give you one more. Yeah, diving. Very good, very good. So the kids like that one. Kids like that one. A bit of feeling for the sports and a bit of listening. It was good for quieting them down as well. So that was kind of vocab introduction. For the older kids, I played this game. Now, I'll let you have a try this one too. This game, I called it Spot It, but it's got a name. I can't remember what the name of the game is, but it's that game where you have 2 cards, and on the cards are little pictures, and one picture is the same on both cards, but only one.
I call it Spot It.
Spot It. Yeah, I can't remember what it's called. Anyway, I made up my own one. This is for sports vocab. Can you tell me which sport is the same on both cards?
Tennis.
Tennis. Very good. How about this?
Football.
Football. This, I think this end of the room. You must have a better view or something. Yeah. Very quick. Running. Funny thing is, the kids they get faster and faster at spotting it. Okay, only one more. Baseball. Well done. Now what I did for this game is I gave the groups little bells like those down there because kids shout or put their hands up, so they just had to ding ding the bell if they could see it. It worked pretty well. We won't play the whole of that because I don't have time. Okay, so for the older kids, we played some Spot It, and I had them do an activity. What is a sport? This is a kind of a common pub conversation for people where I come from. They always argue golf's not a sport, or snooker's not a sport.
Chess is not a sport.
Yeah, chess is not a sport. Well, let me see if I've got that here. Hang on. That was my first one. Chess. Is chess a sport?
Yes, but it's not. It's a game. It's considered one, but it's not.
That's right. Yeah. So I was prepared for it. You could say it's a brain sport. It's a brain sport. So I gave the kids little cards, red on one side, green on the other, and they just had to hold them up and vote. What did they think? Is it a sport or not a sport? And I maybe asked them why. So we had chess, famous Taiwanese pool player, shooting, fishing. Is fishing a sport?
It's a pastime.
It's a pastime. Luckily they don't know that word, so. Yeah. Robot soccer. This was a good one. I wanted to show you this one. So esports. Is esport a sport?
Considered one, but no.
Yeah, look at the crowd for this esports. So the kids, they vote yes. Almost always vote yes. Esports is a sport. Alright, so that was just something to get the older kids thinking as well. What is a sport? And for the younger ones, we played a little race game. I'll maybe show you in a minute. And then we finished off with a little video of what is a good sport, what is a bad sport, as a preview for the next lesson, which we'll kind of look at that. I'll show you the wee clip of the video here. Again, I'm not sure all, we don't have time. I'm sure you recognise this one. It's one of the baseball ones where the ball goes in the crowd. And the little girl's going to catch it and then give it that. She is a bad sport. Good girl. And this one's kind of the same. And if you look at the girl's face. Oh. And I'll skip on to the last guy. The last guy's a good guy. Hang on. So he catches the ball. And then he gives it to the little girl. There she is. What a good guy.
That is her best smile right there.
However, I think the guys that give the ball to someone else, they...
This is awesome.
Oh, this is a good one too. Hang on.
Kid in blue loses the match.
Bad score.
Shakes his opponent's hand and then snaps. Doesn't like the ump. Bad calls. Whoa!
That's party foul, man.
Wow!
Why would you do that?
Okay, so the kids quite like to see that, and it previewed the next lesson. So lesson 2, we learned a bit about play, go, do, a little grammar bit, and we used that to play a game where they just had to say, I play soccer, and they let them play a little race game. I'm not going to show you that just now. It looked like this. So basically, if they say, I play soccer, I open up, they get 2 steps for that one. If they said, I play... I'm trying to remember what's a loser. If they do taekwondo, yeah, that's good. Oh, so golf is a trip. So if you got golf, you didn't get to move. Oh, and if you get a fall, then you got to go back one. And actually, just like real sport, this is one of those games where the team that was winning would get all the way to the end, and then they'd fall, and everyone would catch them up. And it was a good game. Good game. And for the younger kids, for the review at the start of the lesson, I just used kind of match-up game. Like that. If you get 2 the same, you get a point, or you know. This is very useful. This is very useful for reviewing. Okay, so lesson 2. We did the I'm a good sport bit. Made a little video for them to watch. I think I've got a link here. Okay, we can watch a little bit of this one, but... Whatever you want. Alright, I made this video myself, and it stars me. It was quite good. Be kind. Alright, so be kind. And it just goes through some of the sport rules you respect. I guess I kind of say that. Jim's a very good actor. Be friendly. This is my finest moment. Watch this. very important. Okay, so that was my Be a Good Sport video. We didn't really do too much with this. I had a slide. I got them to see if they could remember the rules afterwards, and I got them to tell me the rules back the next lesson. Also this lesson we did a bit about sports pay. I had them give them some sports stars, and they had to try and match the sports star with his 2018 pay packet. And it was quite interesting. It was quite good fun. They enjoyed learning about the money. Which sport do you think was the best paid? What do you think?
Football. Football.
Not football.
Basketball.
Not basketball.
Golf.
Not golf.
Rugby.
Not rugby. Not lacrosse. No.
Chess. Soccer.
The best paid sport is the one where you get your head punched in. Yeah, yeah. And then football, and then basketball, and then yeah.
Only if your name's Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah, Mayweather. He was the top. Yeah, Mayweather was the top. That's right. Okay, and then in this lesson with the little ones, we did some time and sports because I thought that'd be quite cool for them. So we did a timer game. I gave them the rules. They were going to give them a stopwatch in their groups, and they had to time the race, and then one of them had to write it down. And the closest team to the real time was the winner. And I gave them a nice format for writing it down. And this is a good thing. So they had to read the time back to me once they finished it. And I made sure that the class was quiet and listened, because when you read the number, this is like 12.49. Okay, so the convention is, this is called a point, and you just read the numbers after the point. You don't say 49. So if you make them quiet and listen to the first group reading out theirs, then the rest of the groups, they would just follow the convention and they would do it properly. So they even learned a little something. There's our scoreboard. So we would watch swimming race, running race, BMX race, and they just had to time it, and everyone got a turn. And part of the goal of this was to let them see some cool sports, you know, like Usain Bolt's 100 meters. And yeah, our finishing up game in lesson 2, which I think I will let you play, was called Spot the Ball. Now, I think we only have one UK guy. You know Spot the Ball, right? I don't think the rest of you guys will know what this is, but yeah. But when I was growing up, on the back of the newspaper every week would be a picture of a football game, a soccer game, and the ball would be erased. And you had to mark an X where you thought the ball was, send the paper back to the newspaper, and if you were closest, you get £10,000. So it was a cool game. So I thought I would try and do that with sports for them, for the kids to have a go at playing. So I made my little Spot the Ball here. This time, instead of making your X, I had to try and think how to make it manageable in the class. So you just got to pick a colour and which one you think it's in. So we got any guesses? Yep.
Yellow.
You think yellow? Red. Red. Okay. So nobody's saying blue or green. So is it red or is it yellow? Let's have a look. And yellow, no. It's a red. 10 grand on the way to you. Now, when I made this game, I had the idea of it being a good game, but I didn't really know how to make it work best. Because the problem is, the problem is, if I say you think it's green, they're gonna think it's not gonna be the first one. And if I make it the first one, then it's a trick and they're all going to get it wrong. So what I did was, I got them all to stand up. And then I got them to raise their hand if they agreed with what someone in the crowd suggested. Rather than me saying, do you think it's in red? I got someone to say, where do they think it is? So why don't we just play it like that right now? So here we go. Alright, so would everybody mind just standing up for a moment? Stand up. There's no prize for the winner, just pride. Oh, your prize is assured, don't worry. It's in the post. Okay, now I'm going to stand up so I can see you're not cheating. Alright. Philip, where is the ball?
Red.
Red. Alright, hands up if you agree with Philip that the ball is in red. Okay, now, if you're right, you can stay standing up, but if you're wrong, you got to sit down, okay? So, red, let's have a look. Keep your hands up for red so I can see. Okay, let's have a look in red. Philip. Yeah. Sit down, please. That separates the wheat from the chaff, as they say. Okay? Right. Freda, what colour is the ball in? Yellow. Yellow? Hands up for yellow. Okay. Let's have a look in yellow. Oh, if you didn't say yellow, you gotta sit down. Okay, there we go. Okay. Let's do this one. Okay, have a good look. Have a good look. Now, when it comes to this stage, I really want you to nail your colours to the mask, so I'm going to ask you, what colour do you think?
Green.
Green? Ashley? Ainsley, rather? Green, blue, yellow, yellow, yellow. Green, blue, yellow, yellow, yellow. Okay, so nobody's saying red. It's not red, no, that's just his head. Green?
No.
No. Blue? No, it's not in blue. It's in yellow, yeah. Well done if you said yellow. Now, I'm going to give you one more because I think this one is really funny. We've got lots of funny ones, but I love this one. Okay. Where is the ball? Freda? Green? Blue?
Good choice.
3, 2, 1. Blue, okay? You were green, blue, blue. Blue, blue, green, okay? Alright, let's have a look in blue then. And no, it's not in blue. The man at the back, you are. It's in green. So, give her a round of applause, please. Okay. So the key thing in that game was to get great pictures, you know, great pictures. And it was a good way for the kids to see all different sports and real action shots. Okay. So finally, lesson 3. We did 3 lessons in this series. At the start of lesson 3, I just wanted them to think about how do you know who's the winner in sports and what are the rules for? How do you know who's the winner and what are the rules for? For the vocab warm-up in this one, I just got them to shout out numbers and I would reveal Stephen Curry, that's right. If they knew their basketball, some of them knew by his eye that it was Stephen Curry. But if not, you got some clues down the bottom. Oh, we're coming out of it all together. Alright. Let's go down to here again. There we go. And I tried to boil down to the simplest possible thing. I'm actually curious to see if you guys get it. So, what are the rules in sport? What do the rules tell you?
How to play.
How to play?
How to win.
How to win? Pretty good. How to play? How to win?
How not to commit a foul? What to do, what you can't do, and not to do.
Perfect. What you can do and what you can't do. And that kind of basically sums up the rules in sports. How to play, how to win, what you can do, and what you can't do. And I also got them to have a think about different sports. So these kind of sports, how do we know who's the winner? The first and fastest. How do we know who's the first and the fastest?
Time.
Time. Okay, and these sports like football and basketball. Points. How many? How many points? And these sports, long jump, javelin. Distance, yeah. How far, how tall, distance. So, what we did in this lesson, we did 3 activities. We did a time activity, a distance activity, and a points activity. And before we played the activities, we did the timer one already. Before we played, I showed them a little video that had the rules for the game in the video, and then they had to tell me how to play. What are the rules? What can you do? What can you not do? And I think I'm not getting any evil looks yet, so I will show you one of the videos. You can see this one. Okay.
What's going on? Ding, ding.
Take a plan, take turns, one cup at a time. Okay, so the goal of that wasn't so they could tell me what are the rules. Make a plan, tallest is the winner, take turns, one cup at a time, and you got 60 seconds to play. And the kids really loved playing this one. The 1 minute was, and the make a plan was really good for them, because they had to work together to think how they're going to do it, and then they had to do it, and they had 1 minute. And I think there's a little bit of video of them doing it here. Here we go. You can see them going for it. Elementary kids were better than junior high kids at this. You can see their faces, right? I cannot tell you how many times one of the boys had to put one more cup on as it came down to 0 and knocked everything down. But yeah, good game, and lots of learning embedded in it, and all they really thought they were doing was watching a video and then playing a game. Then we talked about beer pong earlier. My points game was cup pong, wasn't allowed beer. And it was just bounce a ping pong ball in the cup, get points for the ball going in. And we did the same with this one. We had a little video, and then we had a bunch of rules that they had to try and remember. So this is the final activity in the third lesson. I wanted to show them a video. I used a few video clips in this lesson, and actually it takes ages looking through for just the right video clip. And I think it was Jack told me, what about that one? And I remember this one, and I couldn't get a very high quality video. But I don't know if you guys remember the Australian in the ice skating in the Olympics. I think it was back in 2000 or 2004. And I wasn't really sure if the kids would get this one. But after the previous lessons, I wanted to have them get the concept of don't give up, because they could be a little bit like that in the games if they weren't winning and they didn't want to play. So don't give up. And so I told them it's an Australian, you know, they don't have much ice in Australia, and this is ice skating. And I told them that the guys he was against were super fast and they were the best. And so here's the super fast guys, and there's the Australian on the end there. 4 laps to go. And you can see he's just falling further and further behind. And now he's almost out of sight. There he is. And 1 lap to go. Come on, Australia.
Now the challenger for Ono. Lee coming up on the outside.
1 down.
But Lee has gone down.
2 down.
Now Ono and Sue.
3 down. 4 down.
He gets a gold medal, you know, in the Olympics.
Stephen Bradbury is the champion.
Bradbury was having trouble taking in while he was in the game. But when the result was upheld by the judges,
So yeah, I thought that was a great way to finish the sports series of lessons. So doing the Teachers on the Go lessons, because they're linked together, because you could choose your own theme and you could make everything the language you're going to use all by yourself, you could make it really interesting for the kids. And you could make it so that they didn't really feel like they were necessarily learning English in any way, but in fact there was a lot of English embedded, and there was a lot of concepts for them to try to understand as well. So that was my approach to Teachers on the Go. I'm not really going to spend too much time on this. Yeah, this is from Stephen Krashen. I think these lessons kind of satisfied most of the age groups. Interactive, meaningful, comprehensible input, lower anxiety, lots of cooperation and support, group activities. Participation is similar to spoken word. So if we're playing a game and the kid can say basketball, you know, he can be the guy that gets the point for his team. And yeah, a couple of quotes here for you. I think I've used up all of my time. So I'm going to pass you on. Yeah, I'll do that back. I'm going to pass you on to Teacher Jack. Yeah? Alright. A quick word from Jack.
Alright, good afternoon. Okay, I'm just going to show a couple things that I did on the Teachers on the Go. So, let me get that. Now, my lesson that I did, I really focused more on the lower level students. And it would just try to learn some numbers and use them. I don't know if you guys know this game. It's called Shut the Box. It's you roll 2 dice. Hold on. Yeah. So I was just teaching grades 3 through 6. I played an easy game called Shut the Box. You roll 2 dice, add them up, and then you got to pick numbers between 1 and 9. So you add up the numbers and you just try to knock out all the numbers. School I work for, Ted's old EV. This is the classroom. And this is what I was teaching right here. So I get them to work in the little group. They got the cards. And it's a simple game. It's really for the lower level students to think of the numbers and try to say them in English. Yeah. Yeah, and this student, he really couldn't think of how to say any of the numbers. So the upper level students, they would kind of help him out with that. And this is the idea of the game. So once they learn the game, then they can get together in a group and help each other out. So each of them will have a role. So you got your card turner, you got your player with the dice, somebody keeps score, and then somebody to referee, make sure that everybody's staying on track. And they can also help out the students if they just can't remember how to say numbers. So one player will say the number. Sorry, I have this geared for teaching Korean to some other people. And so one player will just say the number, the other player listens, and they say, okay, and they turn them over. So they practice saying them and listening and working together. Then at the end, write down the score and take turns. Then the idea is to knock out all the numbers, whatever's left, you add them up, and lowest score wins. I tried this with the junior high school, but they weren't too keen on that, so I played Jeopardy with them. Actually, I was asking him if he knew any Jeopardy PowerPoints, and he had one ready. So different categories. I picked national tests for the junior high kids because, you know, when they reach 9th grade, then that's what it's all about. It's all about passing that test so they can go to a good high school and get in a good college. So 2 sections. And because I know some junior high kids, they don't like getting up out of their seats, so I would just kind of pick a number randomly and be like, okay, pick a category. Then they would just look at the problem. Let's see, how do you spell? So these are pretty easy. How do you spell hamburger? Then they would just spell it. Or cheeseburger. In Taiwan, it's all hamburger. Where's my answer? There it is. Yeah, hamburger. Then you go back to the home. Then listen and choose.
Where's your brother? He's playing with his unicorn. It's a lot of fun. You should try it.
And there's the unicorn. And then we got some national tests, the reading. So these are actual questions from the last year's national test. I just found the file, copied and pasted on here. And then the hardest one was probably this one right here.
So this one, yeah. This question is difficult.
Yeah. All right, let's see if you guys can get. You guys should be able to get this one.
It's very nice reader.
第21题.
Excuse me, I'd like to go to the National Museum. Which bus should I take?
You can take bus 260. It stops right in front of the museum. But I'm afraid it won't come for another 30 minutes.
Is there any other bus?
Yes, you can take bus 108 at the city park. It's about a 15-minute walk from here. The bus to the National Museum comes every 10 minutes.
Well, then I think I'll just wait here. Thank you.
Question. How will the man go to the museum?
Excuse me, I'd like to go to the National Museum. Which bus should I take?
You can take bus 260. It stops right in front of the museum.
Then he'll take bus 260. So this is what the junior high kids are preparing for, these kind of tests. So I thought I'd just go to the class and just practice some of these questions so they can, you know, get ready for it, basically. Since I only see them like 3 times. So, some of the kids really like that one, especially the kids that go to Bushiban all the time. They love this stuff. They like to show how much they know. Alright, but that's all I did with the Teachers on the Go. I went to different schools. The first game was for mostly the like 4th and 5th grade. I had some 6th grade students too. And so they would get together, learn the game. Last day, we just played the game. They would just sit there, they'd go around, play each other in teams. And then the junior high students, this was the last lesson I had for them. Alright, so that's all I did for Teacher on the Go. And next up is Jimmy.
Hello again. Hey. So, just like Jack and Ted, I had to choose something that I care about. Of course, the easiest thing was food. So I decided that the kid might be interested in different, you know, aspects of what we eat, how we eat it, where does it come from. So my first lesson was, where does food come from? And here I was kind of interested in, is it plant-based, is it animal-based? And we discussed that with the little ones. It was mostly, you know, animal or vegetable. With the older ones, we went into, well, if you eat more meat-based food, will that be better or worse for the environment? And I showed them some graphics that if you have 2 cows, they pollute as much as a car and things like that. So we kind of, you know, discussed that a little bit. For the second lesson, it was like, is all food good for you? So we went into what's healthy, what's not healthy, some food labels reading, comparing different foods depending on how much they have proteins and carbs and things like that. Played some games. And then the third lesson was food around the world. And here with the older ones, we also did the trading game. Like, how come we have all different foods from all over the world? How do they come here? Why do people bring their foods? And why do we trade? Was kind of the last one. So this was the activity where they had to look at the food and they had to decide where it came from. The teachers were given the vocabulary ahead of time. So the kids were supposed to know some of those basic food words. Didn't always work like that, but... And then we, to get them kind of to think about how many calories is a food, we played this game, The Price is Right. Ted helped me with the technological part. So the kids had to guess how many calories, let's say, is a serving of French fries, and then we showed them the actual calories. So once they were kind of a little bit more familiar with calories, we went into an activity where they had to decode the food label, figure out all the different components. They had to compare the calories of a hot dog and a hamburger using their food labels. And they had to use these STEM sentences. We think something is a better choice. It has more or less a certain thing like fats or proteins or carbs. For some of the students, 4th and 5th grade, we did make your own plate, make your own menu. So I gave them little, like 10 different food items. Each one had the calories. They had to decide what they were going to eat for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and try to stay within the 2,000 or 1,800 calories daily, allowable calories, and discuss it between them, and then they had to present their choices. In the last one, we worked with the continents, so they learned as vocabulary. They had the English names for the continents. That was 5th and 6th grade. And they had vocabulary items that they had to learn ahead of time. And then we were figuring out where the different foods came from. Then we had 6 kids who were like the sellers. They had to represent their country, and the other kids had to go and buy from them and use some sentences such as, where do you come from? What do you like to eat? And they had to buy the food and then take it back to their table and put it on that map. Well, as part of Teacher on the Go, one thing for me, like my highlights were making friendships, really meeting a lot of different teachers, and with some of them working really great as co-teachers, with some of them even making personal friends, traveling together. So those were really the fun moments. This is my home school, Shingong Elementary, so I'm not, really going to talk much about it. We do role-playing. I'm doing English Village Supermarket and a restaurant. And so we do a lot of vocabulary, hands-on learning, and role-playing. Some of my English co-teachers. We also try to have fun times together, celebrating Thanksgiving, different holidays. I also do storytelling with 3rd and 4th grade. We read The Very Hungry Caterpillar. I tried to do a little bit with the science there, the 4 stages of the caterpillar, talk a little bit about that. And then some questions for thought were like, how are kids and animals same and different with 4th grade? Using songs and moving around the classroom, playing Walking Through the Jungle, but using the animals from head to toe. Of course, we did cultures, stuff that you guys have done, a lot of you, comparing Halloween, El Dia de los Muertos, Ghost Month, and then for Christmas, I did the Legend of the Poinsettia, the traditional, the night before Christmas, and then we talked a little bit about character setting and main idea. I tried to use some of those elements to analyze the Legend of the Poinsettia. And the kids worked in their little groups. They used Post-its, and on the Post-its they wrote down the names of the characters, where the story was taking place, when, and what did they think was the main idea. And in the end we came up with that the most beautiful gift is the gift from the heart. And then they had to come up and make little vouchers that they could give to their parents, like something they could do from the heart that was not store-bought. So that was kind of what I did with that story. Morning English is something we also do. So in the morning, every week, we have a whole school thing where the whole school listens to like 10 words that I say. Someone from 5th grade says it with me in English and in Chinese, and then in the small groups they pick out bowls with names, and about 10-15 kids have to then practice the words from last week, the previous week, with me saying the words, practicing the vocabulary. So that's one way to practice vocabulary, which is something the school does, and I'm just helping them with it. And this year we also started teaching idioms and proverbs with video clips and QR. So the first one I did with a student, but then it's actually 2 students who are doing the video clips, and then we put the video clip on a QR, like see eye to eye or great minds think alike. And there's a little script there, and the kids can QR and watch the video and think of the meaning of the proverb on the video, or the idiom. Some challenges, kind of similar to what Ted already talked about. Sometimes the co-teaching expectations and procedures are not clear. There is sometimes lack of communication about school rules, school policies. So you're kind of left there, okay, do your own thing, but then you kind of see faces that are looking at you like, you did this wrong, but no one tells you why it was wrong or what was wrong about it. So you're left a little bit in the dark playing the guessing game. Of course, the differences in the students' level, motivation, grade level, teacher on the go, again, the different co-teachers had different motivation to prepare the kids ahead of time. They had different expectations, so there were ups and downs. Well, that's from me, and now you're going to hear Matthew Federo.
All right, I'll try to talk fast. Okay, so the topic I have here is, I found to be surprisingly controversial. And this is, like the previous teachers have talked about stuff we're doing for Teachers on the Go. This is not Teachers on the Go, this is something we're doing at my home school. And it's something we're trying to export out to the whole county. And it's what we call our 5-minute reading program. And in Jianghua, we have a couple problems. One is our junior high school students are failing the reading portions of their tests. At first we were thinking, oh, maybe the students just don't know how to take a reading test. But then Ted did some research into that, and he's like, no, they're taught how to do that, they just can't read. But another problem we see is school libraries are full of unused English books. As I've been going around with Teachers on the Go, I go to so many schools, they get these big grants from somebody in the government, I don't know who it is. They get these big grants, they fill their libraries with English books, and I'm like, so what do you do with those? And they're like, well, nothing, really. If the student wants to go to the library and grab one, they can. So, about halfway through the year, I was thinking about this, and thinking about what can be a solution, especially for junior high students who can't read. And I think a big solution, the solution has to come from elementary school teachers. Once you're in junior high, it's kind of too late. Yeah, you can do some things, but you only have 2 years to prepare them. So, first off, a little bit of research. Ted and I had a reading workshop, so this is something that Ted put together. And we talked for 5 hours about this, so I'm not going to do that today, but there's research that shows that one of the best ways to teach language is through reading. To teach fluency is through reading. And with this one, you can see there's 3 approaches to stories. There's story with word focus. There's story with word focus, and story with activity. So in the first one, the kids just read a story. That's it. Second one, you pre-teach some words, like, all right, here's 10 words. Going to read these words, learn these words, and now we're going to read this story that has these words. And then the last one is story with activities, where you just have activities based on the story. According to the research, the first one is the most effective approach. I know it's not really intuitive, but the research has shown many times that if you just let the kids read the story, they'll be able to acquire words naturally. So, and one of the reasons storybooks contain 5 times as many words as textbooks. A lot of teachers that I've talked to, they think that their students read because they read the story in the textbook. But I don't have the slide up here, but one thing we did in our workshop is I took a story out of the textbook and just dissected it apart. Like, half the story is irrelevant details. There's grammar problems in the story, and on top of it, the story is just boring. Because if you're like, make a 2-paragraph story using these 30 words, of course it's going to be an irrelevant, boring story. Quickly through here. Higher number of recycled words in stories. So basically what I'm saying is, and you guys probably already know this, is storybooks are very important, a very important way to help students learn. And a lot of the studies that, that we read, it involved a whole lot of reading. One study I read was a half an hour of reading a day. And I know that schools in Taiwan don't or aren't willing to make that much time to teach. So we were just like, let's do 5 minutes. 5-minute reading. Everybody has 5 minutes. You know, you can make 5 minutes a time in a class. So for 5-minute reading, what we do is we separate books by difficulty. This is not the same as leveled readers. If you find some great leveled readers, you can do that. Like in my school, it is based off of leveled readers, but I also, just out of our library, I grab a book. I have 5 levels. I grab a book, and I'm like, this is a level 3 book. Put it in a level 3 stack. This is level 4, throw it in a level 4 stack. Students are free to choose any level of book and read for 5 minutes. And for this, when I say any level, I mean any level. I don't say, you're a level 1 student, you can only get level 1 or level 2. I have a couple students that take pride in taking a level 5 book. And absolutely no tests, assessment, pre-teaching, or assignments. And this is the most controversial part. As I present this, I always get, we have to test if it's improving our students' scores. And to be honest with you, if you do this program, even if you had the kids read for half an hour a day, even if you upped it to that, you probably wouldn't see improvement after a couple weeks. If you do 5 minutes, it would probably be difficult to see improvement, actual measurable improvement, after 3 or 4 months. Simply because it's something that you have to start in elementary school and slowly work on. Alright, it's running off time. Anyway, this is rules for students. Very simple, no talking. Take 1 book, no book swapping. So they get 1 book, read it for 5 minutes. And this is all the rules for the students. Rules for teachers, no talking if possible. I had to work with a teacher that her method of classroom control is, hey, stop talking! Hey, you over there! And as soon as that happens, then the students are all distracted. They want to see the drama. Don't micromanage. Don't let students select any level of text. Don't force students to read. This is a hard one for us as teachers. Because if we see a student that's not reading, we want to be like, hey, you, open your book, put your nose in that book. But that's something that we, like I said, this is 5 minutes. In our other part of the class, we can force students, as much as we want. But for this part, as soon as you start to force them, it takes the pleasure out of it and just turns it into an assignment. Last one, don't use any external motivators, such as reward systems. We were thinking originally for our program to have a punch card. Like for students, we have a punch card with the different books and the students can get a little punch card. And then as we were looking at the research, it was just like, actually, according to the research, that's a terrible idea. And if you think about it for a while, then it's like, yeah, you know, the students will just flip through a book and say, all right, done, punch card. They're not actually reading for the story. So let me just show you a short little video I took earlier this week. It's not going to be just about a minute long. It shows a little bit of what this looks like. Did we get the video in here, Ted? Maybe it's this one. Nope. This is a PowerPoint. I guess we didn't get the video in here. All right. All right, well then, I don't have much time left. I did want to show you one more thing besides the reading program. And this is something that okay. This is one thing that we've talked. One thing you've noticed a lot with us is we do like to use games to teach English, and I'm not a PowerPoint wizard like. And so the game I came up with was it's more like a board game. To be honest, when I first started thinking about teachers on the go, I wanted to do kind of something like a Dungeons and Dragons style game. So, but it's actually been my goal for years to develop a Dungeons and Dragons English game. But I've just never been able to figure out a way to differentiate it for a different level learner. So anyway, I don't have time to explain this game because we're basically out of time. But during the break, if you guys want to come up, take a look at it. It's basically just you have Taiwan, people are taking a trip around Taiwan, and there's different activities like, you know, fight where they compete with their classmates for scorecards, random, stop, double dice roll. In each city, they need to stop and do something, and what they do has different effects, like, oh no, they ate this food and they got sick. So anyway, if you want to see this, then yeah, come on up during the break time and take a look. And if you do want to teach it, it does take a lot of work to prepare. Like I basically the only reason why we went through all this work is because I had an opportunity to teach it about 40 times this last semester. So it takes hours and hours and hours to prep all this stuff, but it's a good game. The students liked it, and I taught about 4 lessons off of this. So.
How long does it take to play?
This, I limited the actual game time to a little over an hour. But because of that, none of my students finished. So it was limited to an hour, split between 2 games. So for this, like, we have an end, but I told them it's just whoever gets the furthest is the winner. So the furthest any students got was Ding Dong. But yeah, it's also one of those games where you can speed it up and slow it down. And one thing I did, like here, the fights are the most fun. So I actually got these little fight stickers and added a few more. Just because the first time it was like, oh no, there's no fights going on. And so, I call it a fight, but it's a competition. All right. So I think for the last 2 minutes, since that's all we have left, we're going to do questions and answers. If you have any questions about what any of us have presented. Yeah. Go ahead.
Make a comment.
You have to?
Comment, I don't have to wait until everybody finish it.
We're finished with Zhanghua team is finished.
Zhanghua group has already finished their presentation. So these are all the Zhanghua group. Okay. So how much of time do I have? It's quite flexible. But yeah, just any comment you'd like to say. Anything you'd like to say.
You have the next session.
Starting from
2:35 is the next presenter.
2:35.
2:35.
So about 5 minutes.
Okay, let's get, does anybody have any quick questions or anything? Yes.
I have a question for you about the reading. Do you find there's a specific reason why they don't really read English? Because while working in Bushiban, I found one of the reasons was they said straight up like they find the English books extremely boring, like the levels that some of them are on. They find it too young, too childish, and the books that are more in their zone of interest, it's too difficult, so it's very hard for them to read it. So do you have a suggestion for that?
Yeah, this is something we talked about at our workshop. If, like, maybe your school doesn't have good books, like, there's a whole raft of boring kids books out there. But you can, there are books of...
Actually, we're recording, so if you have any questions, so please use microphone, otherwise...
I have, like I have sets, I saw that, I see that problem a lot, but there are books that you can buy that are interesting and at their level. For example, one of the most popular books that I have, that I place these books at level 3, it's books about different countries, written very, very simply, and they're one of the most popular ones. I think when Philip, in orientation, when he was talking about CLIL, one thing he said, and I'll probably misquote you, but he said that you can teach anything as long as it's simplified enough, or something like that. I'm probably butchering what you said, but one example I gave is, I have a kid who's 1.5 years, and we bought Baby Love Science books for him. His favorite book is a book about the subatomic particle called a quark. And, like, yeah, he's 1.5 years, he doesn't know what that is, but it takes a subject that, you know, would be like a doctorate level subject that you'd study, and it makes it where a 1-year-old can enjoy the story. So, if your school has boring books, there's not much you can do. But, you know, you have to go.
I have to get stories from the students.
Yeah, and a lot of times, if you go into the library, then there are interesting books. A lot of boring books come in those little level reader packages. I haven't seen a lot of good children's books published by Taiwanese companies, because a lot of them are very academically inclined with the stories. But you can get some really good books from the UK. Ted has a set from Oxford. I use a set that's published in New York. So it doesn't have to, I would actually love, I avoid ESL books. I just good story books that are written very simply and very well.
Ladybird. Yes.
Any other quick questions? Yes.
Okay, yeah.
That was for the men.
So who goes first? Yeah, okay, Diana.
Okay, I had a question about the teachers on the go.
Do you guys want to come up here and just...
Wow.
Go ahead.
Do you share your resources within your groups, or do you each create your own like lesson packets?
We create our own lesson packets, but there is a lot of sharing that goes around. Sharing of ideas. We have meetings every week.
Load it on Google Drive.
But yeah, we designed our own. This next semester, we're actually thinking of jointly designing something, because we're taking the teachers in to go in a little bit of a different direction. But yeah, you have comments on that?
May I have something to say? Actually, I'm so appreciated that this semester is like a trial. This is a pilot program, and I know that there are many challenges, and I know that we got the problem, the question about the reading. There are many questions. Local teachers and the foreign teacher, actually, we have many different ideas. Yeah, really. Like even for his 5 minutes reading project, local teachers have different ideas. However, I think that my part, totally supportive for foreign teachers. So that's why next semester we are going to have a big program we call Zhanghua Reads program, and that will incorporate like teachers on the go or like the reading project. I hope that before he leaves, the 5 minutes project can work. And I'd like to talk about the reading materials. That's also one headache for us, but we hope that we can have their ideas. We can share our ideas maybe in next training. If we can be successful, then I think we can do something. Because we have Huikao. They know that my problem. The Zhanghua, our academic performance is not really good, right? Okay, Lina, you know our problem or our challenge. But we are working on that. So for Huikao, we know reading comprehension is very, our headache again. So they are thinking about the reading. How to help our students to have the authentic reading, how to create the context, how to help our students. Even for the Huikao, I have to say that our Huikao test, according to their opinion, they told me that our Huikao is not
pretty bad.
We're working on that, and I think for our reading project, we hope in the future, like Diana, you talked about one thing about we also would like to create the database to have the organized website to have our teachers' materials, their ideas. In the future, probably I hope that we can invite all the foreign teachers to join us. Okay, I think I'll tell you something.
No.
Actually, I was just going to say you had a question.
Yes. I've got a question and some comments. My first question is, do you think teachers on the go is doable? Because I'm thinking of other counties as well. So you think it's doable?
For Zhanghua County, yeah, that's doable, but many challenges. You can see that they talk about many challenges like for the school. Are they prepared? Do they use very historic, like dinosaur computers, something? Yeah, because I'm not there, schools are there. So how we can do that, the coordination between schools and the teaching, this is very important. So all the feedback goes back to me, to the office, and we have to work it out. So
it needs a lot of coordination. But the good thing is it's enjoyable to do. For the teachers, it's enjoyable, and you can spend a bit of time to make good quality materials. So it is enjoyable. Teachers like to do it. It's good for the kids. You get around the whole county, but the organisation is the key.
That was my next point. I'm sure that this must be an administrative nightmare. Looking at the transport, teaching schedules, lesson planning, preparation. There's an idea which I'm exploring at the moment in Central County, is where we are looking at using a video cam. 2 classrooms, 1 teacher, and the other classroom could be 1,000 kilometers away. Now, maybe that is something for you to consider as well. Okay, 2 classrooms, 1 teacher at the same time, so there's interaction going on. So that's just something. And then lastly, with Dimi, you were talking about food, which I really enjoyed, and what I've extended in my particular lessons is the following: carbon footprint, which you touched on. And I have a wonderful app, in case anybody wants it, on if you had to eat beef once a day for a complete year, how much carbon is emitted, and they compare it also to the times that a car is driven around Taiwan, etc. So that gives the students really hands-on knowledge of the amount of carbon emitted. The other thing which I did, and which was really fun, was food waste. And that really makes the students conscious of the amount of food going in the world, but in Taiwan. And then lastly, future foods. In 2050, what food do you think we're going to be eating? And again, there you're getting some wonderful ideas churned up by the students as well. That's all I have to say.
Where is that?
I'll give it to you. I'll go to you. Okay.
about the administrative thing, one thing that Freda tells us a lot is she's like, you're a good cop, I'm bad cop. So like,
I'm a bad cop.
Yeah, so like we know that like if a school isn't holding up their end of the bargain, they'll get kicked out of the program. And if we didn't have that kind of support, if we had to be good cop and bad cop, it wouldn't work. So you have to have an office like we do. Yeah.
Yeah, I think other people got a job too.
Maybe the professor can ask us questions later.
Philip, I think it's time to move on to Luhan's
Yeah,
time slot, right?
we're doing it. Thanks, Sam.
I just want to say like 10 seconds quickly. Like your ideas, your games that you have is great, but like if you can just put like the ideas on Google Drive. Like we've got a group, please guys. Like I put a lot of games on just for you to read, and you can make it your own game.
I think the most important,
yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt, that all the materials are very precious, very good. However, the point is to be organized.
Yeah.
How to grab those materials effectively. For teachers, that we can get, for example, many teachers ask for his materials.
Yeah.
The point is that like using the templates. He has many templates, so that's very good. And our dream, okay, my dream is that having a database, make that organized. Otherwise, there'll be a bunch of things there, but it's hard to get that. Okay.
Yeah.
If someone is very good at IT, we can do that.
Ideas.
Okay.
Yeah, we can make it our own, but no one's putting ideas.
Actually, Nina just told me that you are here to present instead of reporting. Because you're doing an experiment and just sharing information with everybody. So instead of saying, come here, maybe. Just very briefly, because they really don't. Yes. Actually, later we will have further interactions about the reading program because we really want to make it work, and it's at the experimental stage, so that it can be still a lot of brainstorming and things to work on. But just by what you have presented, I have to say that I'm very, very impressed by what you have done, all this requires a teamwork. Just by looking at them, the way they dress, this is a team. Oh, so this is a
Today just we have t-shirts, but we never got to wear them.
Even without the t-shirt, you still look like with the color coordinated. So it's a lot of teamwork, and Teachers on the Go definitely is a very challenging task. As you mentioned, the time management, the lesson planning, and everything, how to coordinate with all these different schools. It's a very ambitious work, and but I can hear that you're really enjoying it, which is not easy because we also have teachers on the go, not native English-speaking teachers, but just our English teachers because of the lack of teachers to go to some remote areas. So we do have that, but we get a lot of complaints. The challenges are definitely there. So what you're doing here can be a very good example and model for us to follow and to learn. And I also echo what you just said about sharing the resources, putting it on archive, how to archive it, and have it organized. It's not just putting everything on Drive and everybody can see. It has to be more than that. Yeah, and I would also recommend that this is such a strong team and a very good team coordinator or leader. Maybe we'd like to think about an overarching theme, or have a clear expectations, because you mentioned about challenges and expectations about what you are asked to do and what you want to accomplish. Having that clarified would help you to become more certain about what you want to do and how you're going to implement what you want to do. And I know you're enjoying what you do, but if this really matches the expectation, and what you do is that is that just for the 5 minutes reading program or just for everything?
Okay, that's
so many stories about that.
Well, you don't have you embedded all the questions in your the
that's just my lesson.
It's only I think it's only Jack's lesson. He just grabbed some questions from the national test.
Because comes that there's one problem, one challenge from our education department. They said that okay, the performance is not good. How do we improve that? So we give this problem. We talk about this. We have a discussion with foreign teachers. So this is a very small child. For him, that this is a very small child. He has some junior high schools for teachers on the go. So he used that to try for his students.
My suggestion would that would be a separate issue from what you're doing now. That will make it simpler. Your expectations from this teacher on the go program. You set your own goals and have your objectives and how you're going to implement it. Because you're doing co-teaching. So if you get that part out of your way, and you have so much of experience and competency in teaching, then you set your own. You do it your way.
However, I'm very sorry about that. Is that actually for us, we are having a Zhanghua RIS program. And we will include all the elements, including materials, like you said, about materials, how we can get the label materials. Even teachers, they can provide authentic materials. Also include the teachers' training and also assessment. Even for assessment, I'm very appreciative. They give me a lot of ideas. And for tests, that's what we are working for. Yeah, so that's all. And for teachers on the go, that's also part of that. They'll be like the teachers modeling. So we hope that our teachers, for next time, for teachers on the go, will focus more on reading.
For the Zhanghua RIS program, like what we're trying to do is we're trying to export the idea so that non-English teachers can do it. So like you could have...
You try to do Clio, or you try to do the integration of English language teaching.
Well, if you think about our strength as foreign teachers is in the speaking, teaching that aspect. That reading, if you have free reading like that, with students self-selected reading, anybody, if they have a framework, anybody can do it. The homeroom teacher, you don't have to speak English to be able to do this activity. So it's something we're trying to export more than...
There are a lot we can talk about, and they are doing something very exciting, but I hate to take the time away from other presenters, so maybe we can have our conversation later, and this is so interesting. So actually Zhang Hui invited me to go over to have some interactions with you, and I am all for that. So we can do that later. So thank you so very much for your presentation. We will talk more, and now we need to move on to our other presentations.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you very much, Zhanghua, for the innovative presentation. To round it off, can we be back here by 2:55, and we will be ready for Luan. Okay, you're welcome to take a break. 2:55, we'll be back and starting. Thanks, Jack.
As you can see, I don't take good photos, but I try. But this is just around the school in Sanjiao. It's very like farmish, like a farm around, and it's quite cool for me. I like be sitting in the office and seeing the chickens running and stuff. So that's quite cool. And it's very unique. There's also a popular shrine next to my school, which a lot of foreigners actually go and visit. Yeah, so that's quite nice. And this is my transportation. Yes, survived an accident. But not in Yanli, that was in New Taipei. But it still drives. So I'm happy with that. And this is just the outlay of the school. I think all of the elementary schools has athletics track at the back. the racetrack, and yeah. So moving on. Yeah, this is just more about the school. I don't know the photos. I don't know what happened here, but the photos moved, but it's fine. This is just more at the back of the school. Yeah, they like to. They also focus on the smaller students, the younger students. They like to influence them, and they also play like kid songs, peekaboo, and songs like that. They play it through the speakers during break time, or after every class is finished. They'll play that for 10 minutes. So it's a nice. They try to create a little English environment for the students. And yeah, you can see there's a playground. And I think this decoration, this is actually for Christmas. Those are reindeers that they made. So here,
You want to go to the previous?
Yes, I'm going to take some of the time. Okay, it's fine. Okay. Here's the classroom. I don't know where this came from, but it's fine. This is not the classroom. Anyway. I'm still actually working on we're still working on to make the classroom more English, create an English environment. So here I just put on like tags, just to say that the usual things that they see, that's easy to see, like they look at the speaker, the clock, or the projector, the light switch, and yeah, this is just outside the office. And there's some chickens, can be very annoying, but it's fine. So yeah. Okay, here at my two schools I have two co-teachers. I have one co-teacher at each school. This is Maya and this is Fiona. She's in Sanjiao, she's in Zhongdeng. And this is, Maya has been teaching for quite a long time. She taught in Taichung in a private school before for 5 years. And I think she has a master's degree in teaching. And she also, I think she taught in Canada or in the States. I'm not quite sure now, can't remember. And Fiona this is her first year in teaching in this school, in Zhongzheng Elementary. And yeah, she's from Shanghai and she's originally from Taipei, Maya. Okay. And then, in the classroom, when we co-teach, so they're always with me, they always stand next to me when we teach. It's a very hands-on approach, and we really look out for students, but we try and focus to see if everybody's listening, if they have our attention. If I'm speaking, my co-teacher will look at the others and see, okay, you guys are they are paying attention, and the same vice versa. If she's speaking, I do the same. So yeah, we work as a team, we share ideas. We will speak a week beforehand. We will say, okay, what will we do for next week? So it's not about me just rocking up in class and saying, okay, what did we do today? It's we really speak about it, so we know what strategy to use, and we both want to be well informed and prepared for the lesson. And as the school goes, the whole school team of both schools are great. They are very helpful, very supportive people, very friendly people. So no complaints there. And here to the teaching activities. Now this was done at the start. As you can see, I'm still fat. There. Yeah, this was about the countries. As you can see, you probably did it. Do you know 6 or 7? I'm not sure now. Can't remember.
Do you know 1 or 3?
No, not you know 1 or 3.
Grade 3?
This is grade 6, pal. Anyways. This is about the countries. So, yeah, basically I taught them a bit. I just wanted to expand their knowledge. I started off just by saying, like in Japan, for instance, how does the flat look like? What is their traditional clothing? What food do they eat? I wanted to bring it to them, and they probably, most of them probably ate sushi, for example. So I would say that's originally from Japan. So yeah, and then over here I would, with the students, I would ask them where you're from. I would tell the students, they must ask the question, is he from Taiwan? And then the students must, at the back of the flags are the words, or the name of a country. But it might be the same one or a different one. They don't know which one. And then they will say, yes, he is from Singapore, or no, he is not from the UK, he is from the USA. So yeah, I did activities like that. As you can see, they do it over here. And we go on. Here's just Maya. She was, yeah, I just want to include her too. So here is the grade 3s. And over here it's about the alphabet. They need to put it in order, and we see who judges the fastest. Yeah, we focused a lot on the alphabet and as well as the phonics. And before I start the lesson, I let them repeat after me. A, a. And as we go along, I just add a word afterwards. So a, apple. B, 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 book. So they can pick up vocabulary as well, and not just expect. I don't want them to just expect that it's going to be the same lesson as before. Otherwise they're not going to concentrate, they're going to be bored, and I lose them for the whole lesson. Here we had Halloween. So that was quite fun. Everybody dressed up as a character. Most of them very scary, and most of them they were very creative. So I presented a lesson about Halloween, vocabulary in Halloween, and yeah, I just spoke. Me and Maya did it. We presented it, and she would. I would talk in English, she would translate in Chinese. And I would let the students also be in front. I would call all the witches, and they would come stand in front. And I would let them talk. I would tell them, okay, what are you, it's kind of obvious, but I wanted them to have some confidence, build up some confidence and courage. So I told them, okay, what are you today? What are you dressed as? And she would say, okay, I'm a witch, or whatever they dressed like. And then here, the challenges teaching in Taiwan, I would say it's the language barrier with the students. For me, it's not really, with my co-teachers, the experience is we have a great understanding, so I don't have a problem there. It's just with the students, it's more difficult with the younger students than the older ones. The air pollution, I mean that's, yeah. The traveling can be hard, especially since we don't have a car. So we have to do it with a scooter. And it's really not that fun to drive from Yanli to Taichung City with the scooter. I wouldn't recommend it. And yeah, I would say for my personally, it's just being innovative in my own teaching. I'm not really quite always sure how effective will the lesson be, or how relevant is it to their level. I think that's quite a challenging part for myself, because, as I said, last week I did a demo, and I thought 12 vocabulary words was going to be a lot, and yeah, they gave me a load of suggestions afterwards, so I learned a lot through it. So yeah, as I teach week by week, I learn new things, I do some research, and I try and mix it up. Because I realized if you do the same thing week in, week out, you're probably going to quit teaching. So that's what a lot of teachers, that's a lot of the reasons I heard from teachers, is they would say, no, I don't teach anymore, it's boring. Well, because you do the same thing. So you need to improve yourself as well, not just the student. And sorry. Yes, the last one is going too quick regarding teaching and staying at students' level. So what I mean by that is sometimes I go, I teach a lesson and I teach this unit in, let's say, for 3 weeks, and then I would think, okay, it's probably settled, the students know it, and if I ask them, they don't know, they can't remember half of the word. So that's quite challenging for me, and that I have to remind myself, just because I can remember it very well, doesn't mean they can. And I put myself in their shoes. If you taught it to me in Chinese, I would have the exact same reaction. So that was quite one thing I quickly picked up, is don't go too fast. Just take your time with them, and rather focus on how well they can pronounce it, and not just give them a load of facts. Okay, I think it's done. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah, this is just living in Yanli. So what we do outside the classroom, not with the students, me and Lorraine. Yeah, we would go see waterfalls. We have friends in Taichung, good friends in Taichung, so we travel to them. And we would, yeah, this is just the surrounding areas. So it's quite beautiful. And thumbs up. Thank you.
Alright, thank you everyone. Any questions, comments, Professor? Anyone? If I can just make a comment, I enjoy what you say being innovative is a challenge. It comes with time, take risks, and enjoy those mistakes. Okay. Anyone else? Next one? Okay. Yes, Sam.
Alright, so moving on. Sorry, this is a very simple question. You work at 2 schools?
Yes.
Oh, I have a pretty loud voice. I've got a good teacher voice. You want a mic?
Yeah.
Yeah, alright. Here, I'll ask it again. Alright, so, Luhan, my question. Just a couple of them, quick ones. Just detail oriented. You work at 2 schools, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, how many hours do you have how many contact hours do you have with each grade or each classroom?
With each classroom, I have 2 hours with grade 3 at the one school. So let's think about. I'm not quite sure now. I'll show you the table. can't remember now.
2 schools, man, come on. all right.
It's Wednesday.
So basically, can we safely assume 1 contact hour for each grade?
Yes.
Okay, all right, that works. That was my only question. Thank you.
Okay, we've decided that we're going to go right through with all the presentations without any breaks in between due to the time constraints. So our next presenter is Marva. Is Marva around? Marva? Thank you, Marva.
Okay, he got the answer.
So you have
I've seen the grade 6 twice. Grade 3 once, grade 4 once, and another grade 4 class on Friday, and 2 grade 5 classes.
Do you like one class?
No.
I was just joking. I was going to say how many schools.
27.
27
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm doing a PowerPoint presentation about teaching in Taiwan. And after this PowerPoint, I want to show a short video. As I said this morning, my name is Marva Wendy Rodney. I'm Vincentian by nationality, and my country of birth is St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Now, I teach at 2 schools, Shonglian and Jinsan Elementary. Both schools are rural schools. Shonglian Elementary serves the community of Shonglian, Roland Township, Poli, and Pingling, while Jinsan serves the community of Jinsan, Roland Township also, and Tahu. That does not mean that a lot of students come from this school, as you would see shortly. Now, this is just a brief overview of the schools, their locality, the principal. I want you to know that the populations at both schools are very, very small. At Shonglian, there's a school population of 26 students, while at Jinsan, there's a total school population of 31 students. Now, these are just highlights of both schools. Jinsan, the principal is here, the one below, and at Shonglian, that's the school population and the principal. Very small, very nice. Again, this is just a schedule of the teaching day. Shonglian begins at 7:30, Jinsan begins at 7:50, etc., etc. And these are glimpses of the school's environment, both Shonglian and Jinsan. As you notice, this one is Jinsan, and it's beautiful. Especially when I had just gone there during the month of August and September. It reminded me of the Caribbean, the blue skies, you know. I was enthralled by it.
Yeah, cricket, it was beautiful. Well, I have to say that Sean Leon is also good before Scotty gets angry. Now here, this is the English room at Jinsan, this and that. Sean Leon does not have a specified room. It is shared with other subjects like arts, etc. Yes. This is our teaching team, Sean Leon and Jinsan, and you notice that we are all dressed up in Christmas attire. Nice. Co-teaching, Scotty Zhang. She teaches grades 5 and 6. Jean Cho is not here this afternoon. She co-teaches with me in grades 3 and 4. At Jinsan, there's only one other Chinese English teacher, Wendy. Outdoor teaching, learning experiences. Both schools do educational tours, so here we are. Well, I can't pronounce the names, but unfortunately I'm not very good at Chinese. I've tried my best, but I don't always remember. Now, we are making, I think we're doing some painting here at a museum, I think a sculpture museum. Here we are at the brick making something. This is the National Taichung Theatre, and I think this is the earthquake, is it museum? Museum, both schools. All right. Now, Professor Jack Richards, if you're interested, if you look at www.professorjackrichards.com, I found this one in Cool English. He said that there are 2 important dimensions to successful second language learning. What goes on inside the classroom and what goes on outside of the classroom. Today, the internet, technology, and the media, and the use of English in face-to-face, as well as virtual social networks, provide greater opportunities for meaningful and authentic language use than are available in the classroom. And this is what we try to do at Jinsan. Later when I show the video, you're going to see what I mean by inside and outside learning. So the 2 at the top are really outside learning experiences, and those at the bottom are inside learning experiences. Well, these are valuable learning experiences for me. Not necessarily, you know, with the students, but for me as a person. Now, in this one, of course you're going to see my athletic ability. It really highlights my athletic ability. Here I'm playing softball for the very first time, and you see my I don't even know what you call that, my hit, something like cricket. It's quite powerful. But unfortunately, the ball did not go very far. And I don't know if you know about the fastest man in the world, Usain Bolt. He's from Man region, he's Jamaican. St. Vincent is also Caribbean, just like Jamaica. And I just wanted to show a bit of my athletic prowess. So here on my sports day, you know, powering down the field. And unfortunately, well, Scotty came to me and said, Marva, there is a race now for people at your age. So I quickly went around. And when I beheld 90 and 80, I said, no boy, Scotty thinks I'm very old. So I raced with these elderly people. Now, there's a woman behind me, and I said, I can make her beat in no time. I'm going to run. So Usain Bolt started running. Unfortunately, there was about a 90-year elderly man who was in front of, and you know he won. I was so ashamed. He won. All right. So for me, that was good. Here, we are having a game on Christmas Day, where both schools did something for me for Christmas because I was so very homesick. And here we had a Christmas concert where the students actually sang in English, etc., etc. And here we were doing a little game where you have to try to, be on a little space. But to me, it signaled the fact that everything that we do, we need, as a team, we need to have team spirit and team cooperation. And if we don't have that, it's quite unfortunate that often we fail. And here, this is also Sports Day, but the lesson that I learned here, Jinsan Elementary School, well, let me begin. 3 schools came together for Sports Day because the populations are so small. Pingling has only 13 students. And Jinsan and Zhonglian are also small schools. So the 3 schools would always come together for Sports Day. Now, I teach at Jinsan and at Zhonglian. Jinsan wore red t-shirt for the Sports Day to be identified. Zhonglian wore red, Jinsan wore white. I did not know what to do. I had both red and I could have looked for something white, but my thing is, if I had only worn red, that would have been a problem to Jinsan. And if I had worn white, it would have been a problem to Zhonglian. So I said, you know what? I'm going to wear blue. So I did that and I saved my face, thank God. All right, and here again, just some cultural activities, making, I can't call the word, tongue, right, making tong yuan, and this has to do with the culture. The first day of term, I never knew about that. To me, that was new, when the children, the new students would walk on the carrots and and I didn't know very much about that. So for me, it was a learning experience. And here at Jinsan, there is Halloween. Okay. Building school culture. This in particular highlighted parent-teachers interaction, the fact that parents would actually come and help to beautify this. This lady, she beautifies the school. She comes very often, takes care of them, etc. And this other one, it was at Zhonglian, the entire community came out, and that was very nice of them. All right. Okay, intercultural education, next one. Expressions of art in English. No. Some of my challenges. My major challenge, well, I had 2 challenges. One was the dorm in Zhonglian. When I did go to the dorm, I was taken aback. I was disappointed, I was horrified, I was saddened, I felt lesser than a person, and name it, but I won't say I won't give my grievances here because Scotty is here. And my second challenge, yes, this is Scotty, my second challenge is the Chinese language. I try, really try, but I'm not doing very well for now. But I promise that I'm going to try my uttermost best to see what I can do to manage the Chinese language in terms of production of Chinese language. All right. And again, some highlights of people who have been good to me, hospitality of the schools and others. Next. Thank you. I have one more video and then that's it. Presentation and I didn't know about it. It surprised me at Christmas. So this is Teacher Marvel, that's me, a Chinese young lady. I'm sad, I'm reluctant to leave my country and my people. from being hugged by my relatives. My sons are telling me goodbye. That's me in New York. Very tired. That's me in London. That's on my way to Taiwan. And I'm excited. Taking selfie. That's Big Ben. Down, down, down.
Let's go. Welcome to Taiwan. Welcome to Shangjian Elementary School. We are family. We love you.
Thank you very much. 马老师想跟大家说书好骄傲。Thank you very much， 非常的谢谢大家，谢谢校长，谢谢老师，谢谢小朋友们。This is indeed a surprise.
In this one, the English, the co-teacher and I decided that we are going to go to the airport to help our students, take a tour to the airport to help our students to at least use a little bit of English. We were not looking at fluency or how well they perform, but the very fact that they did not often have that sort of, that community where they can speak English to another person. We thought that it would be a very good idea if we go to the airport and actually have our students interact with passengers or persons or travelers who spoke English. And for us, it was a very, very rewarding activity. So here we are frantically practicing, we have those questions that we want our students to learn. And the good thing about it also was not simply in terms of the academics, but many of these students, as I said, are from rural communities, very far up in the mountains. Some of them have never gone they have never taken the high-speed rail or a train. And therefore, this was an excellent opportunity for them to at least experience what the outer world looked like. For us, it was very, very rewarding. And here they are taking some pictures. Thank you very much.
Any questions, comments?
Just a quick question. How far apart are your schools?
Scott, do you want to answer that question?
The next driver, yeah. So leave it to your driver.
How far? How far apart?
About 10 minutes.
But I don't live at Idle.
The mother lives in Joran Township. It's more convenient for her.
I moved from the door. Thank the Lord.
Any other questions?
Yes?
I was just wondering, how many times a week do you see your students?
At Shonglian, I see my students on Tuesdays and Fridays.
The same students on Tuesday and Fridays?
No, I teach grades 5 and 6, Shongi Jinsan, grades 5 and 6. Grade 5 and 6. On Mondays, grades 3 and 4 on Thursdays. Shonglian, I see
grade 3 to grade 6 on
Tuesdays and on Fridays.
Sorry, because in Yali County we arranged foreign teachers. If they teach for the 2 schools, they only teach 18 periods. Yeah, and the Wednesday no class, just for the preparation or doing something else.
And it doesn't mean that I only have 18 periods. Because of course I also, you know, help with the story time,
I was just wondering if, because you have fewer students, if you got to interact with them more,
yes.
So they might get an even better quality of teaching because there's more individual interaction.
Well, students are students all over you, wherever you go. There are those who are interested, there are those who are not interested.
Yeah.
You know. Yes, it gives you that leeway to give more individual attention, but that doesn't mean that because the populations are smaller, that they're interested. Yeah. You still have to work up that motivation, that, you know, try to get that inner energy.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. Yes.
How many hours of contests do you have with each student?
With each student? I won't be able to put like a time on it. Oh, in terms of 80 minutes, if you look at it in terms of a class, 80 minutes per 2 hours. 2节而已。
然后我们学校的话，高年级是3节，中年级是2节。我们学校多2节。
Right, but that's the teaching hours. That's your English teaching hours. But how about for Martha? She's always here with all these English classes. All the time to be students.
Well, I have, because when I remember Scotty had some, Scotty teaches PE too, and I use the opportunity to go, you know, play with the kids. So I interact with them, and they meet me, particularly the grades 1 and 2. They meet me on the corridor and they say, Teacher Marva, how are you? And you know, they try to speak to me, and I try to speak to them also in English. Is that all?
Anything else? Anyone else?
No.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And let's give her a big hand. Well done.
She's jealous.
It's the hair.
I know.
Not the.
No, I know the word.
Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. Like you all heard before, my name is Le Ray, but you can say Le Ray. That's the English pronunciation of it. And I live in Yuanli Township, and I teach at Yuanli Elementary School. So Le Ray de Jocher, that's my full name. But on the program, I am Le Ray van die Kerk. Okay. So let's start off with the school environment. Here I have a few pictures of what my classroom looks like. I decorated the back of the classroom for December when it was Christmas, and the kids really liked it when they saw something they could say, oh, teacher, stocking, oh, teacher, reindeer, or whatnot. And I have these really cute posters that I got from a workshop that we did on a Wednesday in Maui County. So I put it up that says, today a reader, tomorrow a leader. I really like that, especially to encourage the kids to read. And I can't remember what the other one says. And then I really decorated the class a lot for Christmas because I really, really like Christmas. So yeah. I also put up some cool, not stickers, but name tags for the kids to see this is a light, the wall, the door, the window, a Christmas tree that I had up. And somebody that was at the school previously, they painted the class really cool. So we have this really cool pictures of the London Bridge or those type of things in class. It's really cool. Blackboard, desk, clock, computer, cupboard. So if the kids see it and they wonder what it is, and they can't pronunciate it, they can just ask me, teacher, how do I say this, or whatnot. Okay. Oh, you can't really see the streets. But, okay, my school is over here, where the little star is. Municipal Yuanli Elementary School, so that's where my school is. And currently, you can look at my means of transportation every morning and every afternoon. Here is my house. So I literally walk down the street
go up here, go there, and boom, I'm at my school. It's about 300 meters away, so it takes like not even 5 minutes to walk there. My class schedule is every day from 7:30 to 3:40. The kids can go home at 3:40. We normally stay at school until 4 or 5 or whenever you're finished, but on a Friday I definitely walk out of there at 3:40 p.m. I teach 3rd grade to 6th grade. Mondays and Tuesdays I teach 3rd and 5th grade. On Wednesdays I teach 6th grade reading class, but like Angel mentioned, on Wednesdays we might have a workshop in Maui County, and then I don't do any reading classes, then I go to those workshops. On Thursdays and Fridays I have 4th and 6th grade, and sometimes I also have some nice reading classes with the lower graders. Okay. My English teaching team, on the left you can see Selena. She hasn't been teaching with me this semester. She was on leave, so I will only be teaching with her in the semester that's coming. She's my co-teacher for 3rd and 5th grade. In the middle you have Betty. Betty was the substitute teacher for Selena, and she teaches English for 3rd grade and 5th grade. And then over here you have Kate in the flesh. She teaches 4th and 6th grade with me. Okay, on a Wednesday in the afternoons, Kate really likes to host workshops, so we've done about 3 English community workshops. We have a group online, and it's really cool to see how when there's messages being sent that they try to send it in English and not just in Chinese. We get together, she hosts a workshop on phonics, or whatever she feels is relevant, and then we have a little segment where we maybe discuss some things, and then I always, well, the 2 or 3 times that we've done it, I treat them with a snack from our home country. So the first one, let me check here, the first one was over here, where I treated them just with a quick snack where we made some Ritz crackers, we put some cream cheese on it, and cucumber and tomato and some salt and pepper, so just something that they're not used to. And the next time I made a snack, I made them some potato salad, which is very famous and traditional South African. Okay, co-teaching. Each class has 2 English periods per week, one with me and the co-teacher, and the other one with just the co-teacher. Okay, one with the local English teacher, one with the foreign, and the local English teacher. Mostly in class, they allow me to do my own thing. I don't have to stick to the textbook, which I like, but I do like to use the textbook as a framework, and then I can just broaden their knowledge on the subject. Mostly help with translation and discipline and with activities when we have those. Okay, Class Dojo. I don't know if anybody here knows Class Dojo. Okay, so I use Class Dojo to help with discipline in my classroom. It's a good reward system for them, and students compete to get points, and every once in a while we have a student prizes box at the back of our class, and they can choose something from the box if they have the most points, and we're starting on a clean slate now. Now, I want to show you guys, for those of you who don't know, just a little bit about it. Okay. So this is the homepage of Class Dojo, and then I have all my classes here. I had to manually type in all of their names, so that took a lot of time. But once it's done, you can say if you want to have good points or bad points, and what points you want the parents to see if you invite them. And if we can go maybe just into the 301 class.
You can, I think the battery's dead. Another one?
You can see here's all my kids. I have 23 kids in my 301 class, all of their names, and they each have a little monster. So they thought it was very cute and very funny when they were each assigned a monster, and they would laugh at each other's monsters, and they would come and stand in the front of the class and say, "Oh, teacher, I have 29 points," or something like that. And if we click on, let's say we click on Jason's name, there's the way that we can give feedback to Jason. I can either give him feedback and say, oh, we played a game, or we did something and he finished first, so then he can get 3 points, or a second, or whatnot. He's helping others, he's got great improvement. I like to use that if they did really well on their oral exams. So if they got, let's say, 70 for the oral exam, the first one, but the second one they got 90, then they really had improvement or they really worked hard. So I can give them points there. And on the right-hand side, there's a needs work one. If they're disrespecting me or my co-teacher, I can give them -2 if they don't speak nicely, if they have foul language. Because let's face it, if you learn a new language, the swear words are sometimes the easiest to learn. And if it was my mistake, if I gave somebody a point and they shouldn't have gotten one, then I can also do that and talk it continuously. All right, so we can go back to the PowerPoint. As you all know, on September 28th, we had our Teachers' Day, and the 5th and 6th grade kids, they had a lot of practice where they had to make videos for Teachers' Day to show their love for all their teachers. So I uploaded the videos, and I'm going to show it to you. This is the 5th grade. The first class was the most enthusiastic.
Here are a few messages from your students. The influence of the good teacher can never be erased. Thank you for being the best. Teachers are people who instruct, encourage, praise, influence, share, thank you for being all that every teacher is a superhero. Thank you for being ours this year. Thank you for your
He says, I'm preparing me for all my challenges.
to make a class fun. C is for correcting us when we are wrong. H is for helping us in every way. E is for encourage us to do our best. R is for learn because there is only one like you.
Okay, so we have only a little bit of time left, so I'm not going to show you the other video. I'll just quickly go through the rest. Teaching activities, some things that I like to do is to play some board games with them. And I got this really cool idea after we did the fruits with the 4th graders to blindfold them and then have them taste a fruit and they had to say, I taste a blah blah blah. And they could even point on the board and then they had to say it out loud. Okay? For Halloween, we had them color their own masks and they had to say a little chant and we had them go out and say it to the different classes and trick or treat and give the 1st and 2nd graders, give them some candy and also get candy from them. The school's birthday was on the 3rd of November. It was their 121st anniversary and we made a little video for that. It's a little bit long, so next time. On the 3rd of November, we also had our sports day and had a really cool video about the teachers and the parents doing a tug of war, but sorry, you'll have to come and visit me to see that. The 6th grade made some really cool Christmas cards. We had them write to their previous English teachers and they could be sent to them, or they could write to us or their parents or anyone that they wanted to. They had to make it and they also had to write it themselves. The 3rd grade had a Christmas activity where they had to make their own Christmas trees. I gave them paint and little cute things to use a little bit of arts and crafts. There's a few pictures. They are really, really cute. The 6th graders made a snack. They really, really loved all the sugar. Oreos with white chocolate and M&Ms and mini chocolate chips and everything, so they went a little bit crazy for that. 5th graders also made a snack. They made marshmallow snowmen. It was very difficult for them. I made it look really easy, but they really struggled. All of their little pretzel sticks broke, and instead of saying Merry Christmas, most of them looked like Happy Halloween. Okay, Christmas activities. We played some games with them during break time, played a little game, put their name in a box, and then on a Friday, I could teach them something, a Friday morning during assembly, and we could pull some names from a hat, and they could win a few prizes. We had a lot of names. Okay, and then I was also very, very homesick with Marva on Christmas. It was really very difficult for me, my first time teaching on Christmas Day. So that morning, my 3rd grade class, they surprised me with a song that the 4th graders sang the week prior to that. They practiced it by themselves with a homeroom teacher, and they said, "Teacher, no, sit down, we want to show you something." And they put on this song, and they sang, and it was really, really cute. I really, really liked that. Okay. On the 26th of December, we also had a table tennis cup at our school, which Luan and I participated in. I totally lost. I did not know how to play, but I had a really good mentor. I can show him on the picture now. Over here, he's next to me. And then every time I would play, he would come and stand next to me and say, "No, you have to slice, and do this." And I just don't do it, and he's very patient, so that was really cool. Lots of fun. A few challenges for me is the respect from some of the kids, especially the 5th grade boys. I really struggle with them, but we're getting a hold of that. In the 4th grade, we had a few kids that they like to throw tantrums, and I can't take that. Like, I think, oh my gosh, how old are you, and how old am I? And I am not your mother, and I don't care. So just get over yourself. Okay? The language barrier. Sometimes communicating is difficult for me. Air pollution. If I go somewhere and I come back, sometimes my throat feels very sore because I'm not used to that. And just a cute few pictures of what we do on weekends. We'd like to go waterfall chasing. So that's it. Thank you. Any questions? I'll leave you with this beautiful picture while we do questions. Thank you.
Any questions, comments?
Oh,
that's really cool.
Go for it, Ainsley.
Yeah, sorry. I was just gonna say I like your fruit tasting thing.
Thank you. I stole it from Marcello.
I wanted to ask you, where did you get it?
He told me when we went to a Three Giants brewery one time.
You did drink tasting as well?
Yeah.
No. But they really loved it.
Drink tasting soda, guys. Come on. Not crazy.
Anyone else? Yes, Professor.
I'm curious about the challenges you mentioned, that students lack of respect or their tantrum. It's a big contrast with what you presented about the students doing the videos and saying all these nice things. So I'm curious about how did those kind of things happen, or the context of these challenges that occurred?
Usually we hear students say, Asian kids are more.
No, they definitely are. They definitely are. But a lot of people told me when I came to Taiwan, oh no, the kids are amazing. They're very, very well disciplined. And then in the first few weeks, I realized kids are kids. So, and I didn't teach elementary school or primary school. I taught high school, so it was totally different for me. But what's a very big challenge for me is if somebody throws a temper tantrum, or because they don't get what they want, because I don't just give them whatever they want, I have my own way of doing things, then they throw a temper tantrum, and if I then do have to talk to them, they don't understand. They just throw a temper tantrum, and then if you need to talk to them, they just go, well, I don't understand. So it's very challenging for me, because I'm very perfectionistic about how things need to work sometimes. So yeah, that's just for me. But most of the kids are really, really good. And those who throw temper tantrums don't necessarily want to take part in those type of videos, or because we give them the opportunity to say, oh, I want to take part. Yeah, that was in the beginning of the semester.
I just want to add, I think that's important for the support from your co-teachers as well. I mean, it's a team, so, please call on them.
Absolutely.
Anything else, Professor?
Sometimes they say just ignore them, they don't get what they want, they want to go and let it be. But sometimes we understand what happens. Maybe the kid needs help. Yeah. The teachers
Can I just add, you mentioned about foul language as well. Now, it often happens more in junior high school, where the boys are going to use a lot of foul language and finger gestures. So what I do is afterwards, I keep all the boys behind, and I really give them a tongue lashing. I really tell them exactly what is right and what is wrong, and if I catch them doing it again, any boy, girls, I don't pick it up. The boys, I say to them, I'm going to call in your father and your mother, and you can tell them exactly what you did, and that works. So mothers and fathers can also be called in as well.
I've got an extra one with that. If you're, this again is junior high school, but it might happen in any school, where you've got some written work to do, and maybe they're doing a survey, and one of the answers is like, what do you like to do on a Friday evening, or so whatever it is, and somebody is going to be a joker and write like a 4-letter word, right? And so what I do is I photocopy it, and I say, that's the last time you ever write that word, because I've got a copy of it and I'm going to send it to your parents. And it works. I kind of, coming from the same position as you, I'm not there to be their friend, right? I've got a job to do, and that is to teach you English, so I kind of understand what you're saying. What would you do about tantrums? That's why you've got a co-teacher. That's why you've got a co-teacher, because like the Professor said, it could be something that you don't know. It could be some family, a death in the family, and it's all blown up. Yeah, so I mean, you can't deal with that, just the language. So, just use your co-teacher like that, and you've got good support in that. So.
She's really good at doing that. She's really good at bringing the child in, and we actually talk about it, and we translate, or we talk, or we say what we need to say.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Right, that's it. Okay, anyone else before we move on to Jason? Lorraine, thank you very much. Bye, Danke. Thank you.
Thanks everyone. I'm teaching at Minzu Elementary School in Chiayi City, and I just didn't have a chance this morning because my co-worker wasn't able to make it until just now. So sitting over there is the fabulous Joy. She's one of two of our local co-teachers, and as I said this morning, they all do wonderful work with us. So I want to split my presentation into two phases. There's the context and the experience phase, and then there's I want to focus a little more on some of the projects that we are doing, because I'm quite excited about it. I want to share one of those in particular with you, because I think there's a world of possibilities if you are able to grasp the idea as well. So I'm well aware of my time limit, so it should finish right on 1:15, and I'll try and get through this as quickly as I can. So English, I teach in an English village called English Wonderland. It's very different from your normal classroom teaching. Some of you are aware of it, some of you have had experience in it, but for those of you who don't, I'll just spell it out for you. In our city, every student in grade 5 will visit us time per semester. So I teach every student in the city in grade 5 over the course of a year, twice, 2 lessons. Each class comes once per semester, and they're 50-minute lessons. This is an interesting situation. I haven't taught in this context before. You do teach the same thing quite a lot. I will teach for a whole week. I will teach the same lesson 4 times a day for 4 days of the week: Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. So it does get a little repetitious. However, the plus side of it is you really get to analyze and refine those skills and what you're trying to do. So over the course of the time, you get finely honed in what you're trying to do, and certainly by the end of it, it's a much better lesson than when you started. Often when in a regular situation, you spend all this time preparing the lesson, you get to teach it once, and then maybe you'll teach it again next year. So you don't often get a chance to reflect on it as much as you can in this situation. So it's a lot of fun, and it's more a what's the word? It's almost like a performance, because one of the missions of these English villages is to inspire and motivate the kids to want to learn English. So you remove all the usual content transmission and what can be as the students perceive to be a little more boring, if that's the word. It's not quite the word I'm after, but you get to present these things and make them as much fun as you can. I know we're all trying to do that, but we don't have to get through the content that other people would have to do so. So in that respect, it's the kids can just have a wow of a time and leave our school thinking, yeah, wow, I really can't wait to get back. I really can't wait to learn some more English. So day to day, as I said, 4 days a week. We have themed rooms, and a lot of money and preparation has gone into these. You can see some of our photos here. In our first semester, we had an airport, checking in at the airport, going through customs. This might have helped Mahava when she was on our outing. Hotel, checking in at hotels, ordering room service, those sort of things. Superstar Studio, going through down the bottom here. The kids are playing music, doing some choreography and some singing, dancing, and learning about musical genres. And in the kitchen, going through a recipe, procedural steps, etc., and baking this semester with some waffle cookies, as you can see out there. Then we have the one day of the week that is not the usual, is the Wednesday. No outside classes visit us. we are focused on our own students at Minzu Elementary, and there's 2 lessons in the morning. The first lesson is what we call the Go Club. It's like an English club, selected students that are more advanced, more motivated, and they represent the English in our school. So they will lead other students at formal events, at inter-school competitions, etc. And so it's very much a coaching role that we play to fine-tune their abilities, and it's a lot of fun. We've taught, actually there's no Go Club there at the moment. No, sorry. So, Pitch Perfect, are you familiar with something called Pitch Perfect? It's a singing, English singing competition that takes place across the island, and so that will be happening. We're currently involved in getting our school ready for a centennial celebration that's coming up in May this year, and so those students will be the ones explaining to other students and the parents that arrive on our Saturday presentation day what goes on within the English within the English village. And then we have our second class for the day is storytelling, and we go through the entire, every class in the school will take a turn with us, and that's thematically based as well. Obviously Christmas, etc., etc. We did some candy canes up here. Where's the laser in this? Oh, there we go. We did candy cane work with them. We did some football in particular. There we go. That's the Go Club. We will do this in the centennial celebrations. I'll get to that in a moment. Okay, moving on. Right, here is an example of what we are doing with the Go Club. Oh, sorry, I thought it was my fault. We're teaching chain reactions, and this is a cup and stick exercise using 100 cups and 100 sticks, and I'll just show you what happens here.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, so that's not 100 cups and sticks. It's only about 40 or so, but that was getting set up. Okay, and here's another one. There's about 4 stages of using sticks for chain reaction. That's the cobra weave. So next week we will do this one. That's one. Okay. And the last one, which is we haven't done yet, we will do that first thing this semester. It's called the stick bomb. It's quite spectacular. That's the cobra weave. There's box weaves there. As you imagine, the kids love this because it makes such a mess, and it's quite. It takes a particular length of time to do it, and but it's certainly worth the wait. Okay, now that's pretty much what happens at our school. Now what I wanted to get to is something that I will be trialling at our winter our winter camp, which is coming up next week. And my background, as I mentioned this morning, is in high school teaching science and STEM, and so I've used this previously. And this this device, which I've got down here, is a tool that opens a world of possibilities. I packed one away. I didn't have them all set up because I knew we were going to be restricted in time. This little thing here called the Makey Makey allows you to use the computer keyboard. That's what it does. Okay, so what does that mean? what can you do with a computer keyboard? What can you do when you press keys on a computer keyboard? You can, if you're playing a game, you can control the movements of a character on the screen. You can... Oh, really? Is that already? Wow, okay. I better get through this. I won't go and explain it. I'll give you this I'll show you a part of the introductory video for this. Makey. Anything that you can conduct electricity with will allow you to complete the circuit and then have the effect appear on the screen. Play-Doh. Okay, just making a game control there. Graphite in pencils, okay, conducts electricity, so attach the wires and water, obviously, is conductive. They've rigged up the big stairs. Okay, I'm going to stop that there. There's more to go. Well, that's the cat proof. They're taking a photo of the cat. The wires in the bowl. Completes the circuit. Snap. You've got a picture. Okay, so that's what the Makey does. So where does your imagination go to? That's basically the limits of this thing. And I won't show you everything that I've got up here, but I want to show you what I'm doing next week, and that is a storybook.
Do you need help?
No, thank you. I'll be fine. I've got this set up with the wires, but what you'd be able to see, this is very basic because it's a demonstration one. Now there's my story. This is my dog. There's a picture of my dog. This is my cat. There's the cat. We are family. Blah blah blah. The end. Right. Now you'll notice this copper tape that by putting my finger here allows me to close the circuit, and with the addition of a free app called SoundPlant, which allows you to get a sound file and drag it to a key, and then when you hit that key it plays the sound file. I have the first page, second page, third page, etc. So what you can quickly show you is by first page, closing this. Now, using your computer's sound recording software, you get the kids to narrate whatever they want, find sound off the web. I'm holding the dog as well, so. This is my dog. And then the dog. Okay, so the kids will get to create this and then use it to perform. I already have my other co-teacher who's doing a comparison between Australia and Taiwan with her students. She's also used this and built it up a bit. In the centennial celebration, we will do a mural on the wall. We'll make something like this. This is a little version of just a button with the ground off one side and the lead on the other. When you push them together, circuit. So imagine photos or whatever up on the wall. You press the button, okay, and there's a narration or information about that. Anything you're displaying on the screen or sound, whatever you want to happen. One thing, and an additional thing, if any of you are interested in getting involved in this, then please see me. There is a third application called Scratch, which teaches kids how to code computer programs. Here's a program that I made that uses Makey, and I've used my plasticine here. Okay, so when I click the green flag.
Abracadabra.
That's me.
What color is this?
Okay. They've got a choice of colours in front of them. If they happen to press, oh, you've got to be holding the. You've got to hold this. This is the ground. I've got it right. Score up the top. Okay. Goes to the next one.
What color is this?
If I get it wrong. Okay. Etc. Etc. Okay. So and there's all sorts of. Oh, okay. All sorts of further applications. Perhaps quickly get to that. That's the winter camp and all the instructions, how to set up the files. So games, storytelling, vocab recognition. Also, you can set this up as you saw on that video. Set it up on the floor. It really is. I have the American co-teacher, FET at our school. She has an art background, and so hopefully we'll get together and find some other uses for it. Even that coding that you just saw is a wonderful opportunity to teach students certain aspects of the language with some wonderful outcomes. I know kids get very excited when they saw this. We were using in the Australian-Taiwan comparison. They loved it. They thought it was an amazing thing. So that's what we're doing at Minzu Elementary.
Great stuff. I think this is very, very innovative. Well done. Thank you, Jason. Well, I think this opens up just so many new things in teaching. Are there any comments, any questions about this? Brandon.
How much does one Makey cost?
Sorry?
How much does one Makey cost?
You can get one Makey for about $100. $100. No, not 100 NT. 100. No, I think about 60 US dollars. But we bought a. Do you remember the cost of the kit? Don't remember. We bought a kit. A classroom kit has 12 in it with all this extra stuff, big long wires and things like that. I can't remember the cost. Yeah, I'll think it. I had the original kit. I bought from home. Bought it a long time ago, and then we looked at the director of our English got excited about this and allowed me to purchase a set of 12. Just can't remember what that was in dollars or even NT for that matter. It was an outlay, but we're going to get some use out of it. Any other questions?
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
For your winter camp, Jason, are you going to have the students make one of those themselves?
Yes, they will make a story. What I didn't get to show you in my presentation was how that was made. That they will plan a story first.
Okay.
For those with low ability, there's some suggested sentence constructs and vocab. And then we will actually physically construct the folding and the attachment of the, and then they will write it out properly, color it, and then set it up with a Makey on it.
Because this in itself is a clear lesson.
Yeah, absolutely.
All the way.
Yes,
well done. This has certainly got me excited. Thank you. Are there any other comments, questions? No one else?
Okay.
Jason, thank you very much for this.
Thank you.
And the last person, if I have it correctly, is Sonia for today. Yes, thank you, Sonia.
I don't think my PowerPoint's on here. Oh, give me a second.
so congratulations, I'm last. Save the worst for last. Okay, so yeah, no, I think this will be much faster than a lot of you. So I already did my introduction. We skipped that. Okay, one page down. Yes. Okay. So this is like my workload. I teach at Yingpei Junior High School in Namtou, and I have 16 junior high classes. And since that isn't enough, so they also put me in an elementary school nearby. And then something special is I also do monthly workshops to local Namtou County English elementary school teachers. Does that make sense? Yeah. So like I actually, like for 3 hours a month, I hold a workshop for elementary school teachers in Namtou that are Taiwanese. Okay, my co-teaching experience. So before class, I think maybe you do this too if you co-teach. I send my email of lesson plans for the week, and then I have a discussion with co-teachers if I feel some topics might be a little bit too difficult to understand, or if they have concerns, they just talk to me. After class, usually during the break time, the little 10-minute break after class, we have a quick discussion about how it went and if anything needs to be changed, because some of my junior high school co-teachers, I teach with them a few times, so we have a lot of discussion on how to change things up if the lesson was a disaster. Or if there was anything like too serious, then we have like a very long discussion during our mutual free periods. And sometimes things have gotten serious, and yeah, we've had like 2-hour talks about certain classes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, some highlights about teaching in Taiwan. It's like when, it's just the students finally getting it, because they're a countryside school and the students don't really listen to English that much and they're not very good at it. But when they finally understand, oh my God, it feels amazing. And I also like teaching here in Taiwan compared to America, just because I actually feel like I have time to help the students, whereas like the 10-minute break is nice to have, but in America I feel like it's just go, 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 go. Okay, 5-minute break, okay, next class, go, go. Okay, no time to sleep, no time to use the bathroom, just go. Okay, so also, I mean, this is maybe unique to me, but I really enjoy getting to meet the like different kinds of local teachers at the workshops I do. It's fun to see these elementary school teachers, and I asked them, like, we did icebreakers and asking them why they went into teaching, why they went into English teaching, and some of the responses from those teachers are questionable. So, but good at the same time. Why did you choose to become an English teacher? Oh, my major was English, but I feel like they just had no other option. They don't really want to teach, they just had no other option. From their face, that was there was no other option, because I English in major, I can't do anything else. Yeah. And this is something special, but like I like having naps during the lunch break. That's really nice to have, because you know, in Western, I don't know about, like, at least in America, we don't get naps. We just eat and go. All right, some difficulties I have. Sometimes, like, yeah, I think we all have this problem. The student memory being like really, really bad. I have a few students, like, recently, I was just telling them about different tastes. So I would say like, okay, lemon, sour, and they'll be like, candy, sweet, and they'll be like, lemon, sweet, candy, spicy. And I'm like, oh my God, let's do this again. Again, lemon, sour, and then they say lemon, sour. And then candy is sweet. They say candy is sweet. And then I go back to lemon, and they say lemon is sweet. And I'm like, oh. We just like did 1, 2, 1, 2, and they just can't remember. But when it takes a long time for some of them. And actually, because I've been here for like 4 years, I started to understand the Chinese my students use, because they use the same words I've heard many times, like, oh, 听不懂, 听不懂, oh, 我不知道. It's okay, like, I don't know, I don't understand. Oh, I know, okay. So trying to pretend not to understand Chinese to make kids try and speak more English, that's kind of really hard for me, because sometimes I just want to be like, oh my God, it's so much easier just for me to try and answer you than to just like, oh, speak English. It's really hard for me. I'm just curious, does anyone here, like, have any of you picked up Chinese or like Chinese and tried to like communicate with them? Okay, just a few, okay. Yeah, I've been here too long. Okay, and another difficulty is just getting students to try and learn from mistakes instead of always trying to be perfect. Because I think this is maybe a little different in culture. Because I think in Western education we're like taught make mistakes. But here, no one wants to participate because they're afraid of being wrong. Right? So just getting over that barrier is very hard. And then one thing also is, okay, this is maybe my Western mindset, just trying to get kids to think more instead of just repeat, okay? Because I kind of want to use English more as a tool, not as like a testing kind of thing. And typically I feel like should I say this? Though what I've seen some teachers do is just like a very, what's called, lecture or teacher-centered, just like remember, repeat, drills. It's not like kind of critical thinking or make them reflect about stuff. So I have 2 activities I want to share that I've done that I think are a little different and maybe gets kids out of their seats. One is a yarn web, and one is, do you know the game Clue? Yeah, one is Clue. Okay, so for this yarn web, I'm not sure if you can tell by the, this is too high. Okay, I don't know if you can tell by the picture, but it's just like sort of an icebreaker game. Students throw a ball of yarn around to each other and answer a question after every throw. So the way this works is, I do it because the students practice listening to each other and speaking. And it sort of builds some teamwork and problem-solving skills. I don't know if that makes sense. This probably doesn't make sense, so I wish I had a ball of yarn. The way you do this is like, you take a ball of yarn, and then while holding onto the string, you throw it to someone else. So then it like extends. Can you imagine it? Yeah. I know my new Taipei people didn't know this because I did it with them. And then you'll ask a question like, oh, what's your favorite color? And then they say, oh, my favorite color is blue. And then that person just throws it to another person. And then as they keep going on and on and on, they'll make a web. And then I like this kind of activity because it really shows like visually that, oh, see what happens when you can communicate with each other. It's sort of like a visual way of seeing what happens when you communicate. All right, that's my lesson. All right. And also this game, Cluedo. It's a game where, if you don't know this game, where you need to find a murderer, location, and a weapon. And I really like this game because it practices logic, which I really like push the students. Like, you need to think logically. To the point, like, maybe I drilled it, but they know the word logic. Because I really push it. And improves their listening skills. So the way I do this in the classroom is I divide the class into 5 teams, and I give every team a set of, actually half the game. How much time do I have left? I don't know if you guys want to play a game or it could just end it. 6 minutes. I don't know if we can play this game in 6 minutes.
We still have time for Q&A.
Oh. Okay. So, what I do is I divide the class into 5 teams, and then I give every team a set of white cards. So how do we divide it? Oh, yeah, we have 5 groups, right? Yeah, maybe we can divide into 5 groups, like maybe group 1, over here, group 2, group 3, 4, 5. Does that make sense? Yeah, sorry, I'm gonna make you move. Time to wake up, sorry. Sorry, I'm torturing you.
So group 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right?
Yeah.
So group 1, come here, please.
Do I have a group 3? 3 here. Group 3. All right. Okay. So, I'm sorry, I haven't explained the rules yet, but just make sure you have 15 cards, 6 suspect cards, and 4 weapon cards, and 5 location cards. And the way this works is from an answer set. Okay, so maybe from an answer set, I will pick 3, 1 suspect, 1 location, and 1 weapon. This is like the answer. So did that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, 1 suspect, 1 person. 1 person I pick, 1 location, and a weapon. And then, I tell everyone 2 cards it cannot be. So everyone, the answer is not Scarlet and not the living room. So what I tell my students is, because it's not Scarlet and the living room, you can like discard those cards. Okay? And then, yeah. But then I give you 2 more just for your own team. And then these 2 foods are just for your own team. So you can look at it. Oh, are you guys glitching so far? Okay, so these 2 cards are just for your own team. Did I miss a team?
There's one behind us.
Oh. Hey! And these cards are for these 2, so these 2 are also not equal.
I think we have to ask
you. Okay, so as of right now, everyone should know 4 cards the answer cannot be. Is that? So, good. Because this part, I know my students don't have good logic. Even in Chinese, when it's translated, they're like, I don't understand that. But good, yay, you have logic. Congratulations. Huh? So, there should be, no, we're not done yet. Yeah, I'm just making sure everyone knows that right now you have 4 cards you know it cannot be.
Yes.
No, you ask questions and then slowly narrow down your choices. Okay? So the way this works is you like team 1 asks team 2 for 2 things. Do you have the, and then pick 2 of the white cards. So maybe team 1 together you can say it. Okay? Are you ready? You can pick. Go.
Do you have the green or the star?
Okay, so when you listen to the question, these are orange cards. So these cards, is one of these the orange or the green or the spot? If yes, you say yes. If no, you say no. So are either of these green or the spot? The orange cards. The stickers.
I'm gonna give you that.
Any of them green or spot?
No, so then...
Are you lying?
Yeah, and actually, as a teacher, what I do, because I don't know if they're lying or not, I actually like make sure, double check. I'm the teacher, you must give me the card. Okay, so they're not lying. So then, to get them to practice repetition, say that if they say no, it goes, the same question goes to team 3. Who's team 3? Alright. Yeah. So.
Do you have the green or the spa?
Green or the spot? No. No. So then, team, you will ask it again to team 4.
Do you have the green or the spa?
Yes.
Yes,
we do.
You have 1 or 2.
Can you tell me which one?
Yeah, and so then, as a teacher, I'm moving around a lot because well, my co-teacher helped me. So then I show team 1 the card. All right, and then once a team says yes, then the next team gets to ask a question. So they said yes, so team 2, you can ask a question to the next team.
We have to ask the
Do you have
something or
yeah, do you have something or something from
over here?
yeah. It's like the love song.
Yeah,
So what I tell my students is like you might want to prepare the question so to save time. Okay? Alright, so then team 2 will ask team 3. Okay? Yeah, team 3. Team 3? Yeah, do you? Yeah, I want them to stay together. Do you have?
Kitchen or the peacock?
Kitchen or peacock?
No, they're group 3.
Group 3, do you have kitchen or peacock?
No, we do not.
Okay, no. And then you'll ask it again.
Do you have the kitchen or the peacock?
No? No. And then you have it? Okay. So then this is like you show me. These are from what you show because some people get confused. Oh, but you show this one. So then I will show team 2 this. Okay. So you know this can't be the answer. Okay. So did the bell ring?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm sorry, I know. This game takes a little while to understand, and I'm sorry I'm out of time, but so I'll just end it.
Mr. Plum in the kitchen with a knife.
Huh?
Professor Plum in the kitchen with a knife.
Oh yeah, so yeah, do you want to just guess the answer?
Yes.
Okay, I'll give you 10 seconds to just guess and then hold it up. Pick 3 cards. A weapon, a spa, and location, and then what?
Kitchen.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, sorry, we're out of time. Okay, so the answer. Nope, but it's green in the kitchen with a rope. Oh, you got one. Okay. So, yeah, usually this game takes around 20 minutes to play 1 round, but yeah, we're done. Yeah? Thank you. So can I get my cards back?
The cards or other
Chicken is a new kitchen.
Alright, thank you.
I like it. I told you before.
I think that's what we should. I told you to advertise for it. And then I because we failed in one Alright, the most on the way. We are going to after the day is done. Now here I'll do my presentation.
Baby, when you taught at the English Village, what school was that? Didn't you say you taught you used to teach in English Village? Yeah, in Unique. What was the name of the school? Sweet Canada in Unique. Very bad. Yeah. Way out there. Very young. Who is it really? She's not here, right? Yeah. But she can translate. I hope she's leaving. That's what I heard.
You guys are welcome to come to a bonding session that we're going to have at 3 times later. It just so happens that they serve beer. But you're welcome to, we can all talk and bond as FETs and local teachers. So that's, what time? We can discuss the details later. It will be tonight, because tomorrow night we will be going out as a group. Tonight. Tonight. Yeah, so anyone with any suggestions, we're welcome, and apparently it's an easy Uber ride that...
yeah, it's pretty close.
Yeah, like it's close. There we go. We've got some people in the know, so...
3 times.
Thank you.
We can make it a clue lesson. I'm going to now hand over to Professor Liao now to make some comments on all the presentations today, and then if any of you want to make comments or have any questions, feel welcome. Professor.
Thank you so much. Hello everyone. I heard that actually quite a lot of you are not required to come to report or even be here, but you come anyway, so hats off to you. We are very, very lucky to have teachers who are so passionate about teaching and bring your expertise and especially your enthusiasm about education to our country. You are far away from home. I heard a couple of times that I got homesick. So for that, we especially appreciate that you're making your personal sacrifices to come over to a foreign country. But I could also see that you have benefited from being here as well. You are making friends. Just look around. It's room full of friends, new friends. And also your friends at the school, your colleagues, your co-teachers, and your school administrators. And some even parents, I think. And your students. Students sang for you, wrote cards to you, threw temper tantrum at you. But all this, I hope that it's really enriching for you. For us, we are getting a lot of intercultural exposures or intercultural opportunities for intercultural learning. And of course, you have brought in your teaching expertise to help us to for our students to not just learn in English, but become more well-rounded in every aspect. I could see that in your lesson plans, you have integrated a lot more than I guess we expected that you to do. So I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm really, really thankful to all of you. You're wonderful. Another thing I want to say is it's not just appreciation for your doing what you do here, but also my admiration for your ability to adapt. All these different situations at different schools are different. You have many different challenges, but somehow you have come up, just listen to all these activities that you have created. You have really improvised according to the different situations. A lot of times we think of who are the most creative people in the world. People might say that scientists, but to me, I think it's teachers, if not mothers. And teachers, but we are like mothers. But teachers, you have so many different children, and you have different ones to come in every year. But you have come up with ways to interact with different students and meet their needs. If you cannot adapt and improvise, then you're doomed. You would throw a temper tantrum, I guess. But I can see that just you are doing wonderful jobs and you're enjoying your stay here. So that's perfect. I really like that. And I have watched that your presentations. I found that most of you are very much activity-based or activity-oriented. That shows some kind of beliefs in how languages are learned or how languages develop. And also I see that there is, the belief is, like Sonia just said, oh, they finally got it. Right, waiting for that aha moment of this from the students. It's a very sharp contrast with what a lot of local teachers do, that they pre-plan, they know very well about what they're going to teach and teach those specific points. But you kind of scattered the learning opportunities for the students, and they can pick up at their own pace and get what they can get from you. So I can also see that cross-cultural differences there too. But I hope that this is striking a good balance between local teachers and what you do. But sometimes they can create confusions, maybe. That's why you said that sometimes you don't know what is expected of you, or if what to do at the moment, or what you're expected to do at the moment. I guess we are learning along the way. But having a good relationship with your local schools is very important. That gradually you know, and gradually you know how to get that delicate balance between how you interact with your colleagues and how to find the best way for the students to learn. I cannot say that I have specific suggestions for you for your teaching, because I find that you are really doing your best and you are finding ways to do a good job in your classroom. But I do have some suggestions for probably the Ministry of Education is that you are doing a lot of wonderful works, but these should be our resources. Of course, you are our resources, but what you have done, for example, the Meki, okay, integrating content area teaching or learning with the learning of language, like the STEM, and also there are other interesting interactive activities. All these should be put together and not to go away after I'm not sure if you're going to be here forever, but all these should be collected and archived, and maybe there will be ways for us to put it together and even apply for some kind of copyrights for these materials. So creators get the credits, and these can be used, reused in the classrooms and also shared with others. I don't know if this has been done before, but I find it will be very wasteful if we have all these wonderful ideas and teaching activities, but they just share here. More people or being used later by others.
Yes, I think we can discuss with Professor Ye, and we'll think what else we can do, or what else we can do about this.
Okay, that would be wonderful, because each year I hear wonderful presentations and activities, but then what happened to after all this sharing? Yes?
I just wanted to make a comment that I think what you're saying is especially relevant with the direction Taiwan is going with respect to their English, and how cities like Tainan are now becoming second language cities. And so I just was at a presentation. I was just at a presentation in Pingdong, but the speaker was from Tainan, and they were talking about how they were implementing CLIL into their classroom as a framework to do classes in English. And so I think that something like the sharing that you're talking about would help save a lot of legwork, so to speak, time, for everyone involved in the process and these new cities that are coming into the fold as far as them doing English as a second language, either in their municipal county or whatever the case may be. So just a thought.
That's a good point. Thank you very much. Actually, Ministry of Education has implemented some experimental programs in over 50 schools to have infusion, some kind of, it's clear, but they have a different name. It's immersion, English immersion program. It's experimental, but I know that that will be the direction that they are going to take in. As a matter of fact, in a couple of weeks, there will be a bilingual education meeting. There will be a meeting at the MOE discussing the possibility of implementing bilingual education in Taiwan. Bilingual education is very different from if you are from the United States. The idea is very different. But anyway, they are increasing the importance of learning English in elementary or pushing it to even younger grade. Whether this is a good direction to take or not, we don't know. But we are at the stage that the government is willing to go that direction. So, are you from Tainan?
No, I'm actually in Pingdong. No, we've been collaborating and trying to talk about other ways to approach English as a subject, and not use it to teach other things, instead of just trying to do very dry lessons from the textbook and presenting content. Yeah, but I also think that the idea of everything being very individual, every school, every teacher kind of reinvents the wheel every time. It's great to have creativity from each teacher, and they have their own say and input, but it's really nice to have collaboration and to learn and utilize the work that's already out there and been done.
Very nice. Yeah, very well put. Yes. Okay, thank you. And that's all I have to say for today. And I know some of you wanted to ask questions earlier, but was kind of cut short. But so we still have a few minutes for that, right?
Yes.
So yes, this is the time for you to ask questions to those who have presented, or you have other ideas you want to share. We do have time for it. Before we go up or beer, right?
Dinner first, and then.
Any comments? Any further questions? Yes, Marcel, for the professor.
I sound like a broken record. Just again, guys, Google Drive, please. I tell my students, sharing is caring. So I would appreciate it, because I always feel like even my ideas, I'm quite new in teaching. I've recently got my degree, so I still have a lot to learn. And just listening to these presentations, some of you guys are really, really good teachers and have different approaches, and I would love to learn from you guys as well, so that I can be the best possible teacher for my school and my students. So again, I'm reiterating, sharing is caring. Thank you, like Mimi, I appreciate the books. Sam, you always share, so thanks a lot. The rest of you, why are you so quiet? Thank you.
Yes.
Hi, my name's Katie. I kind of have a question just in general about, we keep talking about sharing is caring. Is there something in the works right now, or even Google Drive or something, where we can share our materials? There's one set up.
Oh, we
okay.
have one.
So
Actually, we have okay, now Annie is going to show where our Google Drive is. So all your presentation will be uploaded to the Drive. Yeah, sure. Okay, when we're talking about open up, there's some certain question, like whether your picture or the music have copyright or not. So that will be the thing we need to concern about. So we only open to do the FET from the Ministry of Education. Yes. So that's the way we only do. That's what we do it.
This is archiving. This is only archiving, putting things there. But how do you make use of this?
I've got a document somewhere there where did some research, and I got together like 75 game ideas, and I color coordinated them from, like, if you ever give like grade 1 or 2, or the kids' English level is very low, you can look on there. We can look at it now, I think. Then there's also the junior high.
There's games for all ages, and it's in color green, so you can just take a gander, look at it, see if you might want to do it, and then change the game as well. If it doesn't fit your style, you can make it more your style. So I don't know, I think it is on there. I'm not sure. It is there. I can look for it if you want, and I can just show you quickly.
Elementary or junior high school, then we set a file like a vocabulary or a grammar, sentence pattern, or things like that. Yeah. Then you can just go there and check, find your resources.
So it is somewhere there. Do you want me to find it quickly?
Sure. So we still have time.
So everything is just categorized, and like when I set it up, I just set it up in folders of this grade and then this book, because one of the other issues that we have is that every grade, well, the schools get to choose the textbooks. There are different books that schools can choose from, and so I set it up that way and just said grade 1, Dino 1, and then you can put, and then I set up like unit 1, unit 2, unit 3, and made it like that. And then we also have like flashcards as a category, another category. We've got, you know, songs and phonics or phonemic awareness as one folder category. So of course it could get more nuanced, and as Frida was talking about earlier, that comes into play, especially as the more information that you get, more material that you get. So that's going to become important. When we set it up, I did make a list of rules and just said, like, please don't dump your stuff, please try to be very specific with it. So it makes it easier for us you know, if I'm throwing something on there, then Marcel says, hey, I've got the same book, I want to see what someone else has done with the same material. And so then he can do it that way. But again, there might be other ways to refine it. Welcome to, you know, we're open to suggestions. It's our drive, just because, and you know, Andy was kind enough to help make that happen. So.
So I basically just got a lot of games and I put it on here, so literally you can just go on, you can edit it if you want to add a few games, color code it as well, you make some changes. Maybe I've seen some of your PowerPoints is way better than mine's going to be, so you can make a better document. But it's basically just as simple. You've got 4 colors. The very basic English for grade 1 or 2 maybe is in blue. Mostly it focuses on like alphabet games. Then you've got all ages, which really can work for any age, for topics. I'll give you an example now. Then you've got grade 1 to 6, and then the older age group for the junior high or so, grade 5 to 12. So the first game is 210. It's very simple. You've got your flashcard, and you teach them, you show them a picture of a pizza, and you repeat twice. You say, it's a pizza, and they say, it's a pizza, and you say again, it's a pizza, and they repeat. You do that with each new vocab, and then you do it only once, and you say, it's a pizza, and they say, it's a pizza. And the last time you don't say anything, and you just show the picture, and the students say, it's a pizza. So it's not really a game, it's more just to help them familiarize themselves with the vocab. And then you can just see there's like different colors. Apple Pass, I said this is more. I bet you can, it's very good for junior high. This game can be played in millions and millions of different ways. And essentially it's just this, go to the toy store and buy toy money. Give each student the same amount of money at the start. Have the students bet each other that they can't do something. Like this match, make each student stand up and walk around, have them say, I bet you can't count to 20, or run around the room 5 times, or sing the ABC song, etc. It can be something, a topic that you've done, and you can say, get the students to bet using the toy money. You'd be surprised how much even adult students could enjoy this game. So just literally I went on YouTube and I saw people from England, America, Australia, and just took their games and typed it down. As simple as that. And if you want to add games, please, you can add here. You can make your own document, whatever.
Thanks, Marcel. Any other ideas, comments, questions? Going, gone. And dinner is at 5:30. Enjoy.
So before we do dinner, there's a reminder. Okay. Remember tomorrow afternoon. Where are we going? We're going to do. Afternoon. Cultural exploration, right? Yes. And it's happened to be, well, it's a coincidence, really. Happened to be Zhongtian TV. Zhongtian TV, a TV company, a really famous TV company. They're going to the place, and they were going to do some, they were going to take some scenery of the guys like you doing the DIY things. And then if you don't want to be like showing in front of the camera, please let us know, because they will just take photos or video and it will be put on the news. It will be put on the news, and maybe they will interview some of the foreign teachers, whether you want to do the interview or not. Okay, but if you don't want yourself to be shown on TV, please let us know. Then we will remind the reporter, don't face the camera to you, okay? So is there anyone who doesn't want to be, perhaps you are the top 10, blah, 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 something, that you don't want people to see you on TV in public? Just joking, all right? So if anyone you have this kind of concern, yes, just let us know. Zhongtian TV station, the reporter.
Okay, one more thing, just to remind you guys, because another one, some of you just order one set, right? So that one set is just including the dessert and the drink. So please also write down what kind of drink you want to have. Okay, so that one they will cover about $90, under $90, including $90. And also, besides, they will charge you 10% service fee. Yeah, 10%. So that means, which means like if you order the $300, then you need pay $30.
What if it's terrible service?
Yeah.
What if it's bad service?
In Taiwan, it's always
good.
No,
you always
because we
You always pay 10%. I know.
Yeah. Okay, so don't forget to. Yeah, so don't forget to write down what kind of drink you would like to have. Okay, thank you so much.
Dinner time.
Okay, so dinner time, 5:30, right? 5:30. You can go back to your dorm and put your stuff back there, right? And remember, be sure to come down, to go to the second floor, the cafeteria. All right? And the dinner is not vegetarian. So the table, they are set for vegetarian and non-vegetarian. Yes! Angel, where's Angel? Okay, she's outside meeting. Alright, I would like to talk about how to use the treadmill. I know because yesterday there's someone who trying to use the treadmill. There is a black string on the left side with a red magnet. You have to put the red magnet on the panel. And on the panel there is a yellow spot. So first you have to put the red magnet on the yellow spot. Then you push the blue button, and which says on, but that's in Chinese. Okay, so that's on. All right? Yes.
The on button is right next to the magnet.
Go.
No,
Because we figured it out yesterday.
Well, okay, you have the magnet, you put the red magnet in the middle, then the button just to the right is the start button.
Yeah.
You can't read it, it's Chinese. Well, I can't read it. It's Chinese. And that's the start button. Then it does a countdown. 3, 2, yeah. Then it goes, yeah. So it takes a little while, there's a delay.
Yes. All right. So if you eat too much tonight, or you have the Taiwanese snack is too delicious, then you can use the treadmill. Okay. Or there's the cycling things on the sides, or you can check, because when you talk, you consume your energy. Actually, it's a good way to lose weight. You talk, you chat with people. Okay. All right. Hand it to.
Right, good morning everyone, day 2, and I can think of no better person to start this day off than Zach the man. Okay, Zach, you give it to us, show us what you're doing.
Oh, good. I got the epitaph the man now. I'm getting all sorts of good names this year. Okay, so everyone was always asking me, like, Zach, where are you? Where are you actually? So, this is Taipei, right down here at the bottom, and I'm way up here, right next to China. So, I'm gonna actually zoom in a little bit, zoom in more, and this is my island. It's a lovely little island. I like it. I don't have to meet a lot of new people. Just the entire island's worth, but not the entire city's worth. So that's where I live. It's lovely. And Marcelo, that wasn't sarcasm. So I'm going to show you guys my videos real quick. I don't know how to edit videos, so I just uploaded 3 short videos to YouTube. So, oh my, it's very quiet.
You want some louder?
Yeah.
Should be here, and there's also a button here.
Okay, so let's try. Only like the church. Cookies from the United States. Yeah, right. In the United States, so I I have brought my students fortune cookies from the United States.
We get cookies. Okay? These are fortune cookies. Everybody say fortune cookies. Fortune cookies. So, take the cookie. And all of us are fortune. So everybody say fortune. Fortune. The best part of that was I got to eat in class. So the paper is your fortune. The fortune will tell you about your future. Okay? So past, future. Okay? You understand?
Yes.
Yes. You understand?
Yes.
Okay. So, let's give everybody a cookie. They all really wanted those cookies. I'm going to just skip to the next one real quick. This was during Christmas, the Christmas time. So Santa Claus is in the sleigh, behind Ralph. I'm sorry, if I knew the audio quality was so bad. What's this? Snowman! What are these? Okay, and then I have a little song for you guys from one of my Red Eye classes. So that's it's just a few different things we did. Of course, 2 of those were for Christmas, but I explained to the students. Here we go. I explained to the students about Christmas time, about how it was such a big holiday in the United States. How it was a big holiday in the United States. Kind of the different traditions and such of Christmas. They all were very disgusted when I told them about mistletoe. You kiss people in their mistletoe, they're like, "Ah, you kissing!" So that was fun. So my schools are Renai and Zhongzheng, but they also spell it with a CH. They spell it Chongcheng. So I always say Zhongzheng. So So these are different pictures of my school from different angles. This is the actual office building. These aren't connected like this. This is my actual office building that I stay in. This is my desk. Oh, it's so neat and tidy. That's because it was before I actually started working. It does not look like this now. There's papers all over. And this is the basketball court, where it's really easy to be good at sports, guys, if you play against 4th graders. Keep that in mind. Just thrash a bunch of 4th graders in basketball. This is Carlos. He's the giant spider that was living in my room for a while. He was like the size of my hand. And I woke up one morning and he was in my bathroom. I was like, well, I guess I'm not showering today. But I eventually caught him and I put him outside. And he came back and I said, Carlos, if you're not going to pay rent, you can't stay here. And here's a picture of my school from, is that from the statue of Matsu? I think it is. I was actually up on the statue, not like on the statue, but on the pedestal that the statue's on. And I took a big picture of the school. And one of my favorite things about the island, there's cats all over. I love cats. We're not allowed to have cats in the dormitory, but there's cats everywhere. That's really the important part. Here's my class schedule. I was gonna just take a picture of it, but it was all scribbled all over. So the nice thing for me is that I just have Zhongzheng in the mornings and Renai in the afternoons. So I'll just take a bus over. The island's small enough that I can just take a bus in between the schools, so I didn't have to buy a motorcycle or walk. Heaven forbid I walk. That's exercise. Here are my co-teachers. There's Miss Wong. She teaches at Renai with me. She does grades 4 through 6. This is Karen. She teaches at Zhongzheng with me, and she does grades 4 through 6. No, 3 through 6. This is Lawrence. He does middle school with me. So I teach conversational English for 7th, 8th, and 9th graders, and I work with him. He's really cool. And this is TT, Tiffany, and she does 3rd grade at Renai with me. And this is Wilson. Where's Wilson? Wilson, say hi, Wilson. Wilson! This was at a communication workshop that we all had together, and that was the first time I met Wilson. I was like, oh, it's gonna be so easy to remember your name because Wilson. I'm sorry, Wilson. This was more of the workshop that we all had together. This was towards the beginning of the term, so we were all working on communication and working more effectively together. And here we were working on a stop-motion movie that we had done together. And here we were working on an activity for class where different beats to them, and I still have no idea how to do that activity. Wilson carried me through that activity. Oh, 5 minutes already? Okay. They're like, just please stop talking. This is some different pictures from around the school, around the island. That's actually my little sister there. And we were on mainland Taiwan when they came to visit me. And I just thought this was a funny picture because I can't get anywhere without hitting my head. This was a church I went to on the island for Christmas Eve. And this is the big statue of Matsu. So the island chain and the primary goddess there is Matsu. And she has a really big statue that's facing towards China. And it's really cool. I really like it. But there's so many stairs to get up it, guys. It's like, it feels like an eternity to walk up there. I'm just dying by the time I get to the top. Oh wait, but if you can't tell which bald head is mine, that's my father, and that's me. I obviously get my genetics from somewhere. Dang it, Dad. This is the Chiang Kai-shek Memorial. We went there because my dad's a huge history buff. This was a picture from my time in Japan. There's me and my niece. She's like, "Ah, Zach, you're uglier than I remember." And now I'm actually getting back to what I'm supposed to be talking about, teaching activities. So we have a variety of different teaching activities that I did during my time there. We do a lot of little games. This Dweebies is really good for getting them to see words and recognize them quickly. So what it is, I'm sure a lot of you know this already. What it is, it's a card game, and you have to flip over different cards. And the kids name what card it is when they flip it over. So there'll be one guy that's dressed as Superman, and one guy that's a basketball player. And when they flip it over, they have to say, "Superman, basketball player." And if you flip over 3 of the same kind, you have to say, you have to say ugly. I know, it's kind of harsh. These guys they can't control how they look. But you flip over 3 Supermen, you say ugly, and then you get to take all the cards, and whoever gets the most cards wins. So it's really good for vocab for them. We did an activity where I had students draw a picture given a sentence, and their pair, I had them pair up, and their pair had to guess what the sentence was from the picture. And apparently this is supposed to be me playing dodgeball with the students. So apparently I have some terrible tumors on my arms. It's awful. Luckily the health insurance is really good here. And this is Maggie. She's adorable. She's one of my students. But we just had, she is in 3rd grade, and we just had them write down, "Hello, hi, hello, my name is blah, blah, blah." Working with these students, I know some different teachers said, "Oh yeah, working with these students, you know, they pick up stuff really fast and that, and some students aren't as fast. I need to learn how to hold a microphone to my face." And I can really see that in my students as well. There's some students that you can go far and beyond what you can go with the other students, and you just need to learn how to balance that between them. This was different holidays. New Year's, of course, was a pretty big holiday for everyone, but also different. We did a big Halloween celebration. We had a little haunted house kind of thing that we took the kids through. Christmas celebration. Of course, I had all my classes learn how to sing a Christmas carol, and the worst part for them was dancing. They didn't want to dance. I was like, if I have to stand up here and dance for you guys have to dance. So my challenges, biggest challenge, of course, is time management for me. Some people say I like to talk a lot. I don't know. So time management has been my biggest issue so far. And I'm getting better because I actually look at the clock now whenever I am teaching. And they're like, "Oh, he's talking about time management. Let's hit the bell." Communication with my other teachers was initially a little rough, but now it's a lot easier. I'll talk to them a lot more before each class. We'll work out, okay, I want to do this activity. Okay. I want to do this activity, they want to do something else, and we kind of meet a happy medium. How many slides do I have left? Managing the students' differences between the schools. That's always, my 6th graders are on a different level in Renai than they are in Zhangzhou. And my formal evaluation, I just get really stressed under those sort of conditions. Thank you. Sorry, I spent a lot of time not actually talking about school.
Zach, I think that was a great presentation.
Oh, thank you.
Professor, any comments now or later?
About the spider.
Okay.
I like Carlos.
You like Carlos?
For your information, that kind of spider can be poisonous.
Oh, shoot.
Not fatal, but poisonous.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I put him in a box and I took him away because I was like, spiders, they're really good at keeping away pests.
Yes.
And that spider looked like it could take down a bird, so I was like, I better keep him for later.
But I think that's a rain spider.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, in South Africa we call them rain spiders. They only come out when it rains. But that's a beautiful looking one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He was a nice guy. I hate to kill him.
I thought they were wolf spiders.
What?
Wolf spiders?
I don't know, that sounds...
He was a little bit, he was bigger than a wolf spider. We have wolf spiders in the States and that. So, he was bigger than any wolf spider I'd seen. Does anybody have any other questions? Comments?
Yes.
Zach.
Yeah.
When you said one of the issues was formal evaluation. Yeah. And what do you have to formally evaluate? I mean, what?
I had a group of professors come and evaluate me on my teaching and such. So, they didn't tell me like when they were coming, or what I was supposed to do. Yeah. I mean, all I was supposed to do was actually teach a class. But just like not knowing is half the battle. I went to that class and I just crushed it.
Yeah.
Because I'm just so great, guys. But just the not knowing was half the battle.
I thought what you meant by that was your formal evaluation of your students, not evaluation of you.
So the way now that you say that, it was meant both ways, but I don't want to look like a fool. So the formal evaluation, I don't typically give a lot of formal evaluation in my classes. My cooperating teachers do more formal evaluation. I more do informal evaluation. How do students use their phonics? How do they string together words into a proper sentence? How often do they speak English to me and to the other students? So I'll do that and I'll take notes on which students are more advanced than the others. And I'm able to work with the less advanced students and use the more advanced students as a resource to help those less advanced students as well. So.
Anyone else?
You mentioned time management in the classroom, but I'm wondering, I saw that you teach grades 3 to 9. That is a lot of different preps. How do you manage your time for that?
Very carefully. So my 7th, 8th, and 9th grade classes are actually conversational English classes. So theirs aren't so much content that I need to cover, so much as getting them to a point where they can speak in coherent sentences. So I do a lot of just conversing with my classes, that 7th, 8th, and 9th classes. I'll go in, I'll start a conversation with different students, I'll have them talk to each other, and usually I don't let them speak any Chinese at all during that class. Because they can all speak fairly fluent English. It's that they just don't want to. So I'll have different ideas and stuff that I want to bring to different classes. But the fact that I have 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 3, 4, 5, 6 for 2 different schools, I can usually translate over back and forth the different subjects and such. It is a lot of practice.
I just want to say, watching Zach's video, and also while Zach is talking here, his use of gesture, I think you're excellent in that. And the way you were teaching with those kids as well. I mean, as you're talking, I mean, your hands are describing everything. And I think that's very essential as well, especially for your elementary students. So well done, Zach. I think that was very, very good. Well done.
Oh, thank you.
Right, the next person is Wilson. Now, you need to understand, we have to respect this man's surname because he's got one of the most exotic sounds in the world. And it's called a click. And his surname is Nkuyu. Can you say that? Mkuyu. Mkuyu. Don't suck in your teeth, please. Okay? Mkuyu. Annie, can you say it? Mkuyu. Mkuyu. Okay, I'll leave it at that. Wilson, all yours.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Morning, Wilson.
Yeah. I'm Wilson, but even in Matsu, I'm referred to as Wilson because this Mkuyu, I once said I'm Mkuyu, but they said, what? I said, no, just call me Wilson. Okay. Yeah, but then nowadays, when I'm getting into class, the student go, Booker T, Booker T. Now they start calling me Booker T, and I'm not a fan of that sport. But then I don't know why. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm stationed at Matsu. That's Nangan. That's where Zach is. At first, when I came there, it was a bit difficult for me because Zach could understand because I think he was the first foreign teacher to be stationed in Matsu. And as for me, it was a bit difficult though because when I came there, when I walked into the bank, everyone, there was standstill. Everywhere was going. There was standstill. What's going on? Well, they were afraid of him to speak to me. I had to laugh all the time just to show that I'm a real person. Because it was real hard. But as time went on, I'm coping. They're getting used to me. So, but what made me, or what made my life easier was when getting into class, the kids were so good. They were so good. But some of the teachers, they had that attitude. Whenever you were greeting good morning, they just stare at you. They just look at you. Hi. No response whatsoever. Nang hao. Zao an. No response. I said, man, I'm lost. I'm in a different country. What's happening with me? Then I started consulting. How am I supposed to greet the people here? They said, oh, Chinese people are like this. They are very shy. I said, but even if he can't maybe say hi, maybe by me nodding off his head, maybe I can understand that one. But as time went on, I was getting used when I say hi. That's it. Good morning. Now, because I have 4 months there, when I greet them, good morning, zao an, at least I'm getting there. It's better. Okay, this is the school where I am. When I came to the school, I used to call the school Jishou, junior high and elementary school. But in actual fact, they call it GSO in Matsu, a very cold island. A very, very cold island. It was for the first time that I slept here, maybe wearing a vest. For the first time since I came here. When I'm there, I'm always having my tracksuit on. When I'm sleeping, with the blankets on, it's very cold. It's very cold. Okay? This is the school GSO. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry because the slides are not the way I arranged it, but okay. These are the lessons. This is my co-teacher, Jimmy. We're busy with the second lesson. Here is the library because each and every day in the morning when I come in, I first go to the library, I read a story to the learners, I prepare slides, read to them before they start lessons. Each and every day from Monday to Friday. That is what I do every day, right? And here we're busy in class with a certain lesson, and here also, right? Okay, this is the library where I'm based each and every morning. How the school looks outside, yeah. GSO, junior high, their classes. The class schedule, 7:45 to 4:50 p.m. I wasn't used to this. In South Africa, we used to knock off at maybe 2 or 2:30, but here I'm getting used to it. I'm teaching grade 3 to grade 9. Grade 3, grade 4, grade 5, grade 6, grade 7, grade 8, grade 9. And the library also in the mornings for the elementary school, right? These are my co-teachers, Jimmy. This is Zach. But we're not in the same school. Okay, this is Jin, this is Shao. I forgot the name. In fact, I was having a slide where all the names were in. The sad part is, when I came into that school, I came in September, October, November, December. There was no meeting whatsoever. I was not meeting any of these guys. I started meeting them when I started complaining and saying, no, I can't be going to class without discussing what I'm going to teach in class. Let's sit down and plan before I go to class, because I'm always going to class, I'm teaching what's in the textbook, because help me guys. I arranged a meeting with the principal. That is when we started sitting down and planning together in December. Okay. Yeah. That is what it's supposed to be. It started taking part in December. The planning, the discussion, before teaching, and then the reflection and modifying. It started in December. Now it's January. So you could understand how I was operating in Matsu. Okay. We used to go out, although it was a bit difficult for me because I was not into seafood. When I see the yellow or reddish crabs in a dish, my body was shuddering, but at that end, I told myself that let me go out and enjoy this, because I have to learn their culture and understand their way of life. We're going out. This was the dinner that was arranged for Teachers' Day. It was for the first time we were meeting and enjoying meal together. We were meeting with the principal, those who are living in the dormitories. And I used to go out. This is Taiwan. I was going out for myself because we had few days in Matsu. There is a sports week where everyone is taking part in sports. So just took a tour to Taiwan, where I was just visiting, looking places around Taiwan here. Okay, this one of the pictures that you saw. Okay, as I said, in the morning, every morning when I arrive at school, I arrange and prepare a certain book. I read a story to the kids. Yeah, that is what I do then in class. What I'd like to say is the workshops that you are holding, this workshop that you are attending, is playing a very, very important role to our teachings. Because I started understanding what is going on when we're having a workshop together with Zach and the other teachers. That is where I started understanding what's happening. And then I could teach better, even in class. Okay, here we're having an excursion. We're taking the learners out. It was for the first time that I was going out with the learners It was a much enjoyable journey, going around Matsu, getting to learn some of the places. Here it was the Halloween day or the Halloween celebrations. First, I taught the learners the vocabulary that was supposed to be used during Halloween celebrations. Then they painted their faces. It was a great day. I go around a lot. This is the Matsu statue, the animal statue facing China. I used to go there and spend time. It's a beautiful statue. Yeah, that is the picture that you saw. Okay, another thing is, when I came at the school, it was a bit difficult, as I said. Even just to greet the learners, good morning, they'll just look at you. I said, but what's going on? I look at my co-teacher. When I say good morning, why don't they respond? There was no answer. Then I started teaching them greetings. What do you say in the morning? When I come into class and say good morning, you're supposed to respond like this. During the day, you're supposed to respond like this. In the afternoons, you're supposed to respond like this. In the evenings, I was teaching them how to greet people. Now it's a bit bad because when I'm getting into class, I say good morning, the whole class will respond positively. Good morning, teacher. How are you? Very well, thank you. How are you? That is a bit fine. Another thing, they did not know barely everything around in their environment. My first lesson was to teach them the things around the school. And I was happy when they could just try to make sentences. I took them around. During my lesson, I took them around, showing them around the class. That was the first thing. Showing them, this is a desk. This is a chair. Okay? This is a duster. Everything that was around there. I took them outside the class, went into the school ground. I was asking and gaining some of the Chinese words, like, this is the soil. This is the stone. I was asking them, how do you call it in Chinese? They said, Nito. Then I was writing down also, Nito, okay? It's a stone. I was writing down grass, everything. We went into the garden. We looked at the vegetables. I was telling them the different names of vegetables. Then, when we get back into class, I started teaching them maybe the plurals of those things. Later, they were making sentences with those things. This is a cabbage. A cabbage is in the garden. This is a book. A book is in the library. A book is in the class. This is a chair. You know, I was teaching them. I was very happy when I could see that they could make their own sentences in class. I was very glad. So, after December, I felt great because it was the month where we met as the English teachers and we started discussing and ironing out our problems. Okay, the challenges that I faced in Matsu. At first, it was the culture shock. It was the culture shock, okay? For the food, it was great because Chinese food, I liked it, okay? Another challenge was the communication. There was no communication. There was no communication. But after my discussion with the principal, at least now, I can enjoy my teaching, right? And the language barrier, yeah, it's a bit difficult though if you don't know a bit of Chinese, because in Matsu is having Chinese and they are having their own Matsu language, Chinese language. That is, I don't know what they call it, but it's a Matsu language. I don't know how to call it. It's a dialect that's spoken only in Matsu. So you can understand that, yeah, it's like that. Another problem that I had is I had a problem with the club. There's this lesson where we met, and I was just told, just going to class, this is a club. What's a club? Well, teach what you know, okay? I tried to teach maybe some lessons, maybe soccer lessons, where they could make sentences, rugby, where they could play maybe a bit of rugby, tennis, yeah. But then as time went on, I was a bit worried. That is, even now, I'm still having a problem with the club. I want to know what's going on and how I can develop maybe lessons, because it's a very, very long, because it's 80 minutes. You're supposed to be in class for 80 minutes. So you can understand how difficult it is. Yeah. Yeah. Basically, that is what I'm having. Thank you very much.
Right. Any questions, comments for Wilson? Any questions? Yes, Kate.
I just want to make a quick comment about the greetings thing, because I noticed that as well. And I actually didn't notice it until I went back to the States for a short while. I don't know if other people notice this. I don't mean this as an insult in any way, but I feel like Taiwanese people don't necessarily greet each other in the morning. So like in an American school, if I come into work, I probably say hello to the people in the office. I say hello to any students that I pass by. I say hello to all the teachers, you know, good morning, how are you, whatever, you go on your way. But I've noticed in Taiwanese schools, you can say早安, you can say good morning, you can say hi. A lot of teachers are still just kind of like, hello. Like they just kind of, I guess you can just call it a cultural difference. But it is very confusing if you're used to greeting everyone and getting a response and walking into school and thinking like,
yeah.
Because there's so many people here. If you greet everybody, too tired, you know, like you walk on the street, so many people, too tired. We just smile. Smile is a kind of greeting. Because sometimes it's just eye contact is a greeting. Eye contact is a greeting.
And no one says anything. No, I'm fine. And I'm like, I'm waiting for you to ask me how I'm polite.
Yeah, it's difficult. If you are used to that kind of environment, then you need...
It's just a culture, you know, culture, yeah. A culture thing.
Yeah, it's cultural, right? But it's a bit difficult. You ought to be tough to live in such conditions, because at times you can go on there sitting maybe for 3 hours without talking to anyone. They just moving around.
Okay, sorry. I'll just say that because Lianjiang, that's Mazhu, that is my responsible area. So I have been to Lianjiang so many times, and I'm so familiar with everything there. And the thing you say, they don't greet with each other. They stare at you when you first time you at the bank, right? That's happened to me too. When I was there, okay, I look normal, right? Pretty normal, but I'm outsider. So when I was in Lianjiang in an island, it's like everybody knows when I show up at 7-Eleven, they know that okay, there are two not foreigners, there are two outcomers. There are two outcomers come to our village. Everybody knows about us, so there's no dropout student there, nowhere to go, because there's nowhere to go. So there's no dropout. The dropout is zero. Is zero, and everybody knows everybody in that county, so it's quite normal. But I will tell Jeannie and what's the name of your co-teacher?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. I will tell them. I will ask students to, or even the colleague to greet in the morning, to develop the habit. All right.
Yeah, because sometimes. I nearly caused an accident in town, the little town in Matsu. Someone was seeing me for the first time. They were busy with the television. They saw me coming. You know, the way he shook and he lost the steps and he nearly fell. No, I was perplexed, really.
Professor would like to say about the history. The history of Lianjiang.
Because Lena really knows that place, so I'm going to have her say that. But Wilson, I share what you feel about not greeting. I lived in the States for over 10 years, so when I first came back, I had re-entry shock. Because we don't have that. Sometimes you feel hurt that people don't respond to you when you say hi to them, or when you try to strike a small talk. They kind of stare at you and not having any facial expressions. So you feel not being accepted or respected. But we are changing, I hope, gradually, especially now we have more diverse cultures in Taiwan. I'm not saying that because of cultural differences we should remain the same. I think it's still quite nice, to greet people and also respond when people greet you. So I can understand how you're feeling and what you just said. So overall, I think it's the case. But Manchu is especially it's a very unique place. It's even more so.
It used to be restricted and isolated. Not even Taiwanese people can go there. I think it's open recently for how many years? I forgot. Anybody knows about it? Ben or anyone? 马祖什么时候开放观光的? I don't know.
For sightseeing?
Yeah, for sightseeing. I forgot how many years ago.
Like you said, you know that it's closest to mainland China. So you used to be the frontier. It used to be
the military base frontier.
The whole island. So if they have anybody that's any stranger or any strange face or anybody who have never been seen on the island, the person needs to be spotted right away.
It's an alert. It's more like an alert.
Right. So people are trained to do that. Not trained, but they have to be like that. It's a survival issue. So you're experiencing more difficulties than others. But don't take it personally. That's what I'm trying to say. Don't take it personally. It's not a personal issue.
And it's so lucky for you to, the first time you come to Taiwan and you go to Mazu. Yes.
You're very lucky.
One day when I was going around, 2 buses full of tourists they just stopped right there. They came out with cameras. I ran away. I just laughed and ran away. I said, no, don't like that.
Just think about the blue tears in May and March. You should show them the picture of blue tears, the common set. Okay?
Yeah, unfortunately.
We haven't seen them yet.
Because it's not come yet. March.
I know, we missed them right before we got there, and now I have to wait an entire year before they come back.
You have to wait for that. The beautiful thing is worth waiting, okay?
But listen, gentlemen, I'm enjoying now. I'm enjoying the stay in Matsu. It was a bit difficult, but you had to be strong to live there. I'm enjoying it. Thank you very much.
Right. Sam, your turn. I just want to ask Wilson, you come from a country with a very rich cultural background. Have you shared with your students, the school, something about your cultural background and the other people's cultures in South Africa?
A bit.
Okay, I think that's an opportunity for you to consider so that they can learn more about you and the world. But great. Okay. Well done.
South African?
Okay, guys, my name is Sam West. Hi, Sam. Hi. I'm working. Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, alright. So, again, my name is Sam West. I work at Kunting Elementary School, among other schools. So I'm going to start you guys off today with some videos because I was trying to follow sort of the guidelines that Annie has set up. So, a few videos. I won't talk, I promise. What's next? E. Good. E. Next. A. E. close your mouth. Because.
Okay, so that's just part of
5, 4, 3.
You know what, guys? Sorry. My bad. I wanted to say that.
Okay, ready? Okay, so let's do this. Quickly, let's check. Let's do A, Thank you, sir. Ready, next? Here we go. Okay.
Okay, so that's, you guys get the gist of it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, next.
Okay, right, we'll talk a little bit. Just to let you know, here I've given them some materials to use.
Let's do.
In fact, watch this and I'll go get them so I can show you.
Ready to go. 5, 4, 3, on, 2,
Okay, so you guys, okay.
Hello, hello.
Okay, you guys see that. So just to let you know, I was giving the students, put them in pairs. This is this is a card they received with the vowels that we had been practicing on the board. And then they would receive little mini cards like this with various letters on there. So in that lesson we were practicing MNPQ along with the vowels. Okay, and so here's the last video. But you can see that we changed to giving them markers. So now they have to reproduce it themselves.
Not not
I'm just challenging them. At this point, I've changed what we're doing. Instead of doing a rhyme, I've turned it into an onset activity. And so now they have to change their thought process a little bit, put the consonant in front of the
Go! 5, up, not Ridiculous. Use your tissue. 5, 4, Okay, so I will now attempt to use this little guy that I've never used before. But so as you can see, basically, I'm trying to teach my students phonics. Okay, but being fancy and more technical, there are a few aspects that we really have to consider because it's not as easy as teaching phonics. Let's see if I can manage this. Haha! All right. What do you know? You guys, we've already got a quiz. What are your thoughts? Finish this sentence. Anybody? Yes?
Great student.
Anyone else?
Innovative.
Great thinking. Oh, great innovative.
Great learner.
Inspire students.
Someone who inspires students.
Great learner.
Yeah. A great learner.
Yeah. Passionate. Someone who
passionate. Yeah. Well, somebody obviously looked at my slides already. A great student. All right, so no right or wrong answer. This is just my opinion, clearly. So next, you guys, I've dubbed it the me problem, okay? Because I didn't come here to introduce my school. I came here just to introduce what I'm seeing at school, okay? So in this case, for the me problem, many of my students lack the ability to write letters when asked. This is occurring even in 6th grade students who can't even write their name. Okay, so the vast majority of my students don't know how to segment words into syllables or individual sounds. And, oh man, I gave you guys the old PowerPoint, bummer. Okay, and a few students can decode, which we can talk about that later if you're not sure what that means. Most of my students have no reading strategies at all. Okay. All right. What do you know? Another quiz for you guys. What's your answer to this? I really want to learn because
I'm a teacher.
I'm a teacher. That's an answer.
Because there's always something else to learn.
There's always something else to learn. All right. So you're a knowledge seeker then. Anyone else?
A lifelong learner.
I really want to learn because I'm a lifelong learner. All right, I think that fits in with what Ainsley said as a knowledge seeker, but yeah, okay. Anybody else?
It can be because I'm driven.
Driven? Okay, good. I'm sorry, I heard something like from Katie's area.
It can be fun.
Because it can be fun.
I really don't know this one, I forgot, but I think, isn't it like because I want to improve myself?
I want to improve myself. So all of these are, yeah, again, no right or wrong answer. I'm motivated. And so that, to me, that fits in particularly with some of the answers that I heard up here. Okay? Next, guys, what are we again?
English teachers. Second language.
ESL. Guys, the long and short of it, ESL. You are only an ESL teacher or learner if English is spoken in that country. That's the second language. It means you're hearing that language outside the door, the confines of your building. You step outside, you will hear that language. So you hear English when you step outside this building. So we are EFL. Someone learning a language as a second, as a foreign language. Their second language is a foreign language. You don't hear and can't continue to use that language outside of these doors. Okay? English teacher, you're teaching English to students who speak English. You're getting more into reading stories, talking about more technical aspects of literature, right? You might get into plots
talk about the characters, things like that. Okay, so you guys, this is one thing that I wanted to bring up was the effective filter. Basically, if anyone doesn't know this, it's worth learning because we are EFL teachers. It's worth, you just have to keep in mind, what can we do to help the students learn? And part of that relates to the effective filter. Motivation, what's being done to give motivation to students? What kind of activities are you doing? Intrinsic versus extrinsic. So Philip and Jason had mentioned things that apply more to intrinsic motivation. Students don't always have that. So how do we produce outside extrinsic motivation for them? Self-confidence. What kinds of things are you doing to help make sure they have the confidence? So I+1, ZPD, scaffolding, these are all things that we need to be aware of and try not to put the content of what we're teaching them, presenting them with too far ahead. They still have an opportunity to grasp what's going on. Feedback, make your feedback positive. Okay? Wait time, make them think about what you're doing. And then positive reinforcement, also anxiety. Peer work is huge for me. I think that's one of the greatest things you can do. Make the students work with each other. Don't make it a test. They don't have to speak to you. Get them to use what language they have, what skills they have in your learning environment. Next, how many graphemes are in the English language? This is my count. 26, except when we teach the English language, we always talk about you have to know the alphabet. The problem is you have to know upper and lowercase. Okay? And so it's not as easy as just learning the alphabet. You have to think, these kids, especially third grade, I think it's kind of ridiculous, but third grade, you know, we give them one semester to learn the alphabet and all the phonics. Well, just the alphabet is technically, you've got 52, I'm 56. Sorry guys, my math, this is my old one. Sorry, it should be 52, my apologies. So, yeah, I'm an English teacher, right? So it should be 52, but they still have to learn 52 letters fluently.
Yeah.
Alright, so this takes us into alphabetic knowledge, the ability to learn, recognize, and write letters fluently. And I'm still having this trouble in my 6th grade, right? So, and abilities to say letters fluently, I have N because that one grates me every time I hear it. But you have L or C. There are some other letters that I've heard. Yeah, L-O, exactly. So I've heard some other ones. Next, the alphabetic principle. Students need to understand that the letters have a designated value, and that value is a sound. Which takes us into phonemic awareness, okay? Students know the sounds that letters and letter combinations make. The English language is made up of phonemes, not syllables. We need to be very aware of that. I find a lot of teachers, even native teachers, who just don't know much about phonemic awareness or phonics, and they make the same mistake, quite frankly. But phonemic awareness marks the transition from reading single letters to letter combinations, and then you can get what I was doing with my students, which you saw. So I was teaching them, if you don't know, rhyme is what's at the end of a word, and onset is the beginning sound of a word. So I moved from rhyme into onset. That was the second time they had done onset, which was why it was just at the last end, at the end of the class. But then you can get into blends and diphthongs, and this becomes a challenge, particularly because the textbooks that we have start presenting them at least by 5th grade, possibly by 4th, depending on the textbook that you have. So, guys, I really wish I had the my newer PowerPoint. I could have sworn that I uploaded it yesterday. But basically, at the end of the day, this is what I want. Literacy. To me, this is the crux of the problem that I see at school. I think a lot of things could be solved if we had literacy and we focused more on that. Because literacy is the foundation of a language. And the students, they get into 3rd grade and you throw a textbook at them and they have to read it? Well, how does that happen? If I'm throwing, you know, if I give someone, if I throw a Korean textbook in front of you right now, who can pick it up and read it? Well, there you go. So you have some background knowledge with it, but how can we expect them to do that without that background knowledge? Okay, so my idea, and this ties into Matthew, which he appears not to be here, but he talked about how his students couldn't read. They're trying to do things about reading, alleviate future problems involving basic English skills. And you know what the other thing is? It's not fun to inherit other teachers' mistakes or problems. And the other thing that's cool is when your students move on and they can do what they can do, other teachers recognize that, and then you get the recognition too. So, okay, you guys, I will move on, but this is really the stressing of what I want. Basically, guys, some of my complaints, again, it's just general. No behavior policies, no academic expectations. I get to schools and kids can't even do, you know, they're not even required to do homework or something like that. You know, or have it turned in if the teacher assigns it. Just at my school, there's a lack of transparency with a lot of issues, even though I ask questions, and it's quite disappointing and it's quite frustrating. I like information. I'm not an information hoarder. I don't think it's right to hide and obscure or make things opaque. I like clarity. I think we all do. Guys, and this is one of my big ones, lack of impact. Too many classes, too little time spent in class. It kind of, again, makes me think about what are we doing as teachers. So, because what are we supposed to be doing? There are no guidelines for what does an FET do? What does a local Taiwanese English teacher do? So, and I also, this would be the last one, my lack of planning. I only have about 14 periods that are regularly scheduled periods. I do English Village and I do a tour teaching thing. The problem is they all need unique lesson plans. So I literally have to sit down and plan 14 lessons and write them all out and send them before, you know, I have my classes so that the co-teachers have an opportunity to look at it, which oftentimes doesn't even happen. So it feels like a bit of a waste. And also I have little to no input from co-teachers. So I can really admire and appreciate some of these individuals who seem like they have great working relationships and they have an opportunity to talk to other teachers. I think that's awesome. I can only dream of a situation like that. My situation doesn't allow it. But it'd be really nice to be able to plan with other teachers if that were the case. So yeah, and I spend a lot of time driving. Also, I was elected as an FET leader for Pingdong. So I'm pretty busy with that because I have to make presentations and lead and make the agenda and lead those meetings as well. So that's also time consuming. So thanks, guys.
All right, Sam, thank you very much. Very insightful. Any comments, questions, Professor?
You went straight to like,
okay, Ainsley. Sam, yeah, I was going to say, I kind of find myself in the same position as you, but I don't really get a lot of feedback, and I actually have to do a whole semester's worth of lesson plans before the semester starts, and I only do 7th and 8th grade, but I totally sympathise, so that's what I'm going to say. I totally sympathise with that. Yeah, it does make you question what you're doing sometimes, and you just kind of think, well, I'm just sitting here and I'm doing this and I'm not really getting much feedback and I'm getting assessed, you know, and I've been assessed for like the last 6 years, but it's only this year that I've started to see my actual assessments, you know, and that comes to, you know, the opaqueness of things, you know.
Yeah,
so
the transparency.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, I like that at the end because it's I don't think it's all kind of like sun and roses, you know.
No, it's not. And I don't mean to bring doom and gloom either. I just think I want to take advantage of this platform that I have right now to speak to and speak about the FET program. And I think it's still a new program, relatively speaking. And I feel like if there are opportunities to improve, it's important to have input to do that. I'm not a believer in allowing things to fester or do anything like that. So I believe in a very direct approach sometimes, you know, to the consternation of many.
Yeah.
Katie, did you have something
Yeah, I
about that?
actually wanted to kind of build off of what you were saying now. With the lack of transparency in the whole, with why are we here? That's good. I oftentimes like I became a language teacher because I have a passion for learning languages and I love linguistics and I want to share that with students regardless of where in the world that is. And I kind of came to Taiwan and my school was like, oh, well, you're teaching these culture classes. And okay, well, where's the language target? And I was coming up with, I was listing all the target goals and everything, and I was coming up with, just a few vocabulary words and maybe one target grammar structure. This is junior high, like this shouldn't be hard for them. And I got, last year when I first came to this particular school, it was a lot of, don't worry about the English, just letting them listen to English is enough, and they'll learn if you just talk to them, just tell them about this topic. And I feel like it would be nice if there was very clear direction for the school, that these people are licensed teachers who studied to become teachers, who are here to teach your students English. And instead what ends up happening, somebody said dancing clown last night, it was Shelley, yeah, and like we're not here just to be here and be the foreign face in the classroom, like we are here to teach English. And I really hope, my dream, and I think this is I think a lot of people probably agree with me on this, is that the schools can understand that our purpose here is not just to be a face in the classroom that they take pictures of and show, we have a foreign teacher, therefore our students are learning English. My principal has actually shown pictures of me and said, look, our students are learning English. Like there is no evidence from me, a white person, in the classroom that my students are even speaking English. And so I really do hope that there can be more, just very clear direction to all schools involved in this program, that we are teachers and we are